stories here for you. We'll start with this. Samantha Cope, Joey Lawrence's wife, has filed paperwork to dismiss her divorce petition.
Are they back in love?
That we had told you about, signaling
Nothing is over! It's over!
And no, it's not.
It's not over!
It's a reconciliation.
It's not over!
It's official.
It's official.
Although there was a slight error in the documents.
Whoa!
That may require refiling. The move confirms reports that the couple has decided to stay together after working through their differences.
I want you to reconsider love.
Samantha initially filed for divorce over the summer amid rumors of infidelity, which Joey firmly denied.
I didn't do it!
Just last week, sources... Wasn't Rambo their marriage counselor?
Yeah, marriage counselor. Yes, the whole thing. He was the whole service. Soup to nuts.
Just last week, sources revealed that the pair had rebuilt their relationship and decided to give their marriage another chance, and they've since been spotted together, looking happy and spending time.
How does it make you feel when she calls you a complete loser?
With their daughter, so they're doing okay.
Yeah, that'd be nice to see that. Those stories are few and far between where they patch it up.
Yeah. All right, this is interesting. Bella Hadid is embracing the cowboy life since meeting Aiden Banuelos. And after moving to Texas, she's been competing in horse cutting, which is a rider and horse separating a steer from the rest of its group.
Oh, I thought that was...
Listen to this week, she won the National Horse Cutting Association Rookie of the Year belt buckle.
Really?
Yes.
Pretty amazing.
All right, so explain to me what horse cutting
is.
is.
It is for depressed horses who feel they don't fit in.
No. That's not like cutting yourself.
Okay.
No, if there's a group of steer and there's one, you have to get out of the group.
Okay.
And you have to cut them out of that herd, if you will.
Okay.
So it takes it's a skill without question.
Well, that's quite an accomplishment.
Yep. So Hadid shared a photo dump of the event and also with Banuelos on social media. With one of the pics is her trophy belt. She said in the post that she and Aiden trained hard for the event and that she pulled out the upset at a rodeo competition.
You're missing.
Bella and Aiden have been a couple since last year and are very much into the Western lifestyle. George Joseph Kresge Jr., who was known to generations of TV watchers as the mesmerizing entertainment and mentalist, the amazing Kreskin, has passed away. He was 89 years old.
So I followed the amazing Kreskin's career over the years. He was a friend of Michael Jackson's for many years. He was one of these guys that the amazing Randy went after.
To debunk.
Right.
Yeah. He died Tuesday at his home in Caldwell, New Jersey, where he spent much of his life. Kreskin had not been feeling well in recent weeks, but otherwise there was no cause of death that was given. He launched his television career in the 1960s and remained popular for decades, making guest appearances on talk shows hosted by everyone from Merv Griffin to Johnny Carson to Jimmy Fallon. Whether correctly guessing a playing card chosen at random or, most famously, divining where his paycheck had been planted among the audience. He also hosted his own show in the 1970s, gave live performances, and wrote numerous books, including Secrets of the Amazing Kreskin and Mental Power is Real. Kreskin continued to make live appearances well into his 80s and only stopped earlier this year after he'd injured himself in a fall. He never married and left no immediate survivors.
I didn't realize he never married.
No.
All those years, man,
solo.
but he was a go-to.
Yeah.
On the afternoon talk shows.
Yep, absolutely. Jerry Turner, the 73-year-old Golden Bachelor alum, is navigating dating while facing a recent diagnosis of what is called Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a slow-growing bone marrow cancer. And he spoke with People and said that his health challenges and his divorce earlier this year has shaped his approach to finding love. He said, I'm absolutely 100% still looking for my person. Despite the difficulties of discussing his diagnosis with potential partners, he remains hopeful, adding, if someone accepts me in the situation I'm in, it would be pretty terrific. Turner was separated from his ex-wife, Teresa Nist, who he met on the show due to distance, and his diagnosis is now focusing on finding a partner close to his home in the Midwest. He said geography is important. He wants to find someone nearby.
So I was reading about his condition, and symptoms, they say, can present within like 9 or 10 years, but that need not be the case. So I'd not heard of this syndrome before,
me neither.
Yeah.
but we'll see how it plays out for him.
So Casey, I'm putting a Vanderpump Rules story in here.
All right, let's
I know
do
you
it.
love that show.
Yeah.
But James Kennedy, one of the stars of that show, was arrested for misdemeanor domestic violence at his home in Burbank. It was late Tuesday night. Police responded to a call about an argument between Kennedy and a woman during which he allegedly grabbed her. While officers did not observe visible injuries, they determined the incident was domestic in nature, leading to Kennedy's arrest.
I didn't hit her. I didn't like her.
Later released on $20,000 bail, and the Burbank City Attorney's Office is reviewing the case for possible charges. It's unclear if his girlfriend, Allie Luber, was involved, a police spokesman shared, and the couple had been seen together earlier in the night at Kathy Hilton's holiday party.
Oh, must have been exciting.
Witnesses, including Nick Vial, I guess that's how you say his name, reported seeing Kennedy display aggressive behavior at the event, with Vial describing him as barking orders at a friend. The day after the arrest, Luber, who has been dating Kennedy since January of 2022, attended a public event solo hosting a New Year's Eve celebration for Windsor clothing brand in Los Angeles, appeared upbeat. She shared photos on social media and posed for cameras despite the controversy surrounding Kennedy.
Do you think that most people view, or a lot of people view, these holiday parties as a bit of a minefield these days? Because a lot of times people will go, they'll get inebriated. You know, it's a lot of times some bad stuff comes out of these parties.
Yeah, maybe.
You know?
Yeah, then so do you avoid them or do you go
avoid
there
them? Yeah.
in case there's some press that you might be lumped in with?
Right,
It could be
right.
kind of fun. I'm not really sure. So Dick Van Dyke, let me circle back to him. It's his birthday today. Earlier this week, we heard that he had a close call escaping from wildfires, but we didn't know how close. And the screen legend told local news outlets how his neighbors saved him. He said, I was trying to crawl to the car. He said, I had exhausted myself. I couldn't get up. 3 neighbors came and carried me out and came back and put out a little fire in the guest house and saved me.
It's pretty amazing.
Wow.
Yes.
Fortunately, his home, his animals, and he and his wife were all unharmed. His cat Bobo did run off as the icon was evacuating, but greeted the actor when he returned home. But
I mean,
yeah,
it was close.
It was a scary moment for
When
him.
you're 99.
Yeah. Laura Prepon and estranged husband Ben Foster are battling for custody of their children after 6 years of marriage. This week, the actress filed a response to Foster's plea for a temporary custody schedule amid their divorce. And in the court documents, Prepon alleged that Foster has a problem with alcohol and requested that the court order Foster not to drink alcohol while he is with their 2 children and during the 12 hours prior, or consider a supervisor for his parenting time. Prepon's legal counsel alleged that Foster has a longstanding history of alcohol abuse.
Do you think it ever happens where the other party will try to compel the court to compel the person to drink when they have the children?
Probably not.
I don't know. He should probably have a couple before I
have
bring
a few
the kids over.
pops before you pick them up.
Foster's attorney addressed the filing in a statement saying Laura Prepon's filing is the definition of falsehood and a disturbing fiction. They have a son and a daughter, by the way.
Daughter?
Yeah.
Nothing over!
All right, so we told you yesterday that Benny Blanco popped the question and Selena Gomez said yes, and messages of support and congratulations poured in on Selena's Instagram post, perhaps none so meaningful as the one from her Only Murders in the Building co-stars. On Steve Martin's Instagram account, he posted a pic of Selena standing between him and Martin Short with the caption, "Congratulations to Benny and Selena from her 2 weird uncles." Other big names sent out well wishes, including Jennifer Aniston, Mariska Hargitay, Gwyneth Paltrow, Cardi B, and Lily Collins. But there's nothing quite like getting the blessing of her quote-unquote weird uncles and family.
I like the guy. I think he's charismatic. I mean, even he admits people are like, man, you really scored.
Yeah.
You know, but he's charismatic.
It did not take long for Ryan Reynolds to suit up again as Deadpool, but it did take a good cause. In a new promo clip for the Hospital for Sick Children, which is called Sick Kids as well, Deadpool and Kidpool are back, taking part in some Christmas activities when they decided to help sick kids. But as they are considered R-rated, they needed some squeaky clean help. Enter Linda Carter as, quote, a wonderful woman. Not Wonder Woman, a wonderful woman.
No kidding.
And it's the 6th year that Reynolds' maximum effort has assisted the charity. Along with getting the word out, the actor and wife, Blake Lively, have pledged to match all donations made up to $500,000.
That's great.
From now until December 24th. You can find out more about Sick Kids on their website. And it's obviously, the video is hilarious.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. If you get a chance, watch it. It's really great. All right, third Dick Van Dyke story for you. The classic children's film, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, it's getting a remake.
Oh, nice.
Listen, I enjoyed the original Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. It has really prehistoric effects. I think they could gussy it up a bit.
Exactly. It's near and dear to me. That was one of those that it was almost like when The Sound of Music or The Wizard of Oz came on. If Chitty Chitty Bang Bang was coming on TV, my family, we were all in.
Kidding.
It
All
was absolutely one of our favorites. Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
It's the original music.
Yeah, this is it right here.
Harry Ballsack, Harry Ballsack.
Harry Ballsack, Harry Ballsack, Harry Ballsack, Harry Ballsack, hey, you my Harry Ballsack, my Harry Ballsack, Casey boy, and when you my Harry Ballsack, I'll enjoy.
This is to the tune of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang for those who may not be familiar.
My Harry Ballsack, oh, it, won't you please? My Harry Ballsack, oh, it, Casey, please.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Kid story.
I do love her, though. I love her voice.
Kim? Oh, my God. She's the best. So, by the way, the OG movie starred Dick Van Dyke.
Yep.
With a screenplay co-written by Roald Dahl, and the story was written by Ian Fleming of James Bond fame, and the producers of the James Bond franchise are bringing it back to life. Barbara Broccoli and Michael Wilson's Eon Productions are in development with Amazon MGM Studios for the project. I love the idea of redoing this, and obviously they're going to, if they bring it to current day, it's going to be a completely different story.
So I had, Corgi Toys used to make the metallic, like the James Bond car, and so they had movable parts and the battering rams, and they had released a Chitty Chitty Bang Bang car with the wings that folded out and everything. And I loved it.
At the end, the car could fly. It was a boat. It could do everything. It was really fun. The Dick Van Dyke's character was an inventor,
right?
And it was a fantastical telling of him rebuilding this car. So this would be the first movie redo of the story. There has been a stage musical version that's currently on tour, actually in the UK. So we'll see how that turns.
I like that.
Out. All right. Let me see here. We got time for at least another one. Yeah, I want to mention this. It's not necessarily an entertainment story, but it has to do with TV and viewing and all that stuff. So you're trying to cut the cord and save yourself some money, and it's become more expensive nowadays.
We knew it.
YouTube TV has announced a sizable price hike.
Oh, wow.
That is on the way. The cost of the live TV service will rise to $82.99 per month.
What is it now?
$72.99. So they're going up $10.
So if you get the full, at this point, I mean, and then if you tag on additional streaming services.
Yeah.
Well, I pay more than that for Hulu Live. It's over 100, like 110 or something like that.
That's a bundle, right?
Yeah, you got to be getting like Hulu and Disney.
You get Disney. You get a couple of other things, but I do still pay. Like in addition, I have to pay for Netflix. And when we did, cut the cord or pull the plug or whatever the hell you say, it still worked out. We were paying much less doing it this way.
Okay,
I have
that way.
I have every cord connected. I have every service. It's ridiculous. But
if they continue to go up and cable stays the same, then you're kind of in the same boat.
Yep.
Well, that's what they're saying. Yeah, you're just at this point splitting hairs.
So the $82.99 pricing started yesterday for new members. The company blames, quote, the rising cost of content as well as investments into the platform for the price hike.
Yeah.
So, it's happening.
It's coming back, man.
And I do feel like there's so much out there. There's so many options. And I think you may have mentioned it the other day that, like, you almost can't find anything to watch because there's too many decisions.
Isn't that weird?
To make.
Well, the process is happening. As we've had this conversation. And so what's happening now is that people are turning to curate. Like, they'll look at the top 10 list on Netflix, or they're looking for people to sort of, I don't want to, what should I watch? That's what they're looking for. Somebody or some sort of curating service that gets them all of the stuff whittled away so they can kind of have a pre-selection made for them.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
But it's going up again. All right, there are movies opening this weekend. righty. We have Craven, action adventure, starring Aaron Taylor Johnson, Ariana DeBose, and Fred Heckinger. The story of Craven, a man whose complex relationship with his ruthless gangster father, Nikolai Kravinov, starts him down a path of vengeance with brutal consequences, motivating him to become not only the greatest hunter in the world, but also one of its most feared. If entertainment is what you want, let me start that again. If entertainment is what you're craving, then Craven will have you raving. All right, it's 2 hours and 7 minutes long. It's rated R, wide theater release. Oh, man, 15% at Rotten Tomatoes.
All right, so I got this review from Craig Legans, and I trust Craig Legans when it comes to superhero stuff. But he said, I just saw Craven, and he said, God help me, I really like this movie.
Wow.
I like the action. I love the stunts. And this was a popcorn movie, all action, full go, no stop. He gives it a B.
Okay, I think Craig is. I trust him a lot. I've seen him go a little overboard on some movies, but I'm still going to check it out.
Yeah.
All right, also opening this week is Lord of the Rings, and tell me if I'm pronouncing this correctly, The War of Rohirrim?
Yes, let's go with that.
Rohirrim. It's an animated...
You did a wonderful job, Preston.
Thank you.
I commend you for your vocabulary and your elocution.
Thank you, Gandalf. So it is an animated adventure. It stars Brian Cox, Gaia Wise, and Miranda Otto. Set 183 years before the events chronicled in the original trilogy of films, The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim, tells the fate of the House of Helm Hammerhand, the legendary king of Rohan, a sudden attack by Wolf, a clever and ruthless Dunlending Lord.
Yes, he's a lending service.
I'm done lending.
I'm done lending. Yeah, get your own money.
Seeking vengeance for the death of his father forces Helm and his people to make a daring last stand. If you really want to blow your Tolkien load, then you need to go Helm's Deep. It is 2 hours and 10 minutes long. It's rated PG-13, wide theater released. Rotten Tomatoes score is 58%. All right, we will roll the clips now for you. Plot of the action-packed film Craven 100 depends on the execution of over-the-top stunts and fights. And in this clip, Aaron Taylor Johnson talks about the intentions of his nail-biting performance.
We really went to town, right? It was a very demanding role to give that physicality and that kind of discipline. So I wanted to make it feel as raw and as authentic and gritty as possible. And that's what you get in this movie.
Craven the Hunter is, like we said, in theaters today. By the way, texting in phonetically how to say that Lord of the Rings title is Rohirrim.
Rohirrim.
Yeah. So
Rogaine.
Few people have texted in Rohirrim, and then Dunlander is the other one. Oh my God, I'm getting... everybody's texting in.
Listen, you did what you had to do.
I appreciate that.
You got to move the show along now. But by the way, you just heard who is potentially, they're saying more than likely, the next James Bond.
That dude?
Aaron Taylor Johnson.
Who is Quicksilver in Age of Ultron.
And was Kick-Ass.
Kick-Ass,
yeah.
All right, next clip, here we go. The new documentary, Elton John, Never Too Late, investigates the reality that the singer's career was more than meets the eye. Here, Elton talks about the loneliness of being in the limelight.
I really didn't have much to do with the film, but I wanted it to show the difference between being successful when you have no foundation and you're just hurtled into for 5 years of just non-stop work and success, and finding out that you're very empty inside. What else is there?
Elton John, Never Too Late, is streaming now on Disney+.
I want to see that as well. There's too much to see.
I know.
With all these things opening up.
All right, that is the entertainment report for you this morning. We have a lot going on the program today. The Connoisseur will have a special guest. We have Russ Johnson, who's a wine specialist from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Going to give some tips on holiday gift giving and wine and spirits. Yes.
Do you believe how close we are to Christmas and Hanukkah?
We're less than a week from the Christmas Miracle Live broadcast.
I mean, I was getting ready to leave the house today.
Yeah.
I was running late. I was annoyed at myself, and I was like, you only have a week to finish Christmas stuff. And I just wanted to add it on to my stress.
So one of the most thorough shoppers I know, my wife, is behind the 8 ball right now.
Yeah.
Everyone, because of the compact time frame between Thanksgiving and everything, and just This year is just on top of everything. Everyone feels that, though you've done very well.
One of the first times in my life I'm ahead of the game. I don't know how it happened, but it happened. So
good, man.
I'm happy. Yeah, most definitely.
I'll give you my list. Can you pick me up a few things?
Yeah, let me knock a few out for you, Kat. We also have stopping by the studio Natasha Leggero.
Love her.
Performing Helium Comedy Club. Yeah, she's great. She'll be in the 9 o'clock hour. And I'm keep looking over into the Acme Lounge. I'm waiting for Mr. Stickies to get here.
Some of that real sticky icky. Ooh-wee.
Yeah, so we'll be sharing the love.
Sticky's on his way.
With Mr. Stickies. They're in Pottstown. We will give away some gift cards from those guys. We'll be back in a moment, so stay with us.
One level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie. Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize. I love you. Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. Like, I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, man.
It's where he lives. It's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what it says. You pull up Preston. It says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think it's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick. I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. that
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse the Planners. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
That's what I believe, yeah.
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
There.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe. This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh, that's it. That's the dilemma. Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's just,
this is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
oh my God. It's the audacity, the absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
Down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face.
Absolutely.
With all your might.
I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind
This
riding
is
along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how.
Is not very
That's akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put put dildos in her mouth. I got to tell you, that jet door opened right.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
That's awful.
Can you fit that? Thank you, Kath. So when we had your news report at the start of the show this morning, Kathy, and you were talking about the drone stories, and they've mainly been covering New York and New Jersey. While you were presenting that story, our text messages were blowing up, and apparently there were some in my vicinity, like the Skippack, Hatfield area. There were some in Delaware County, Aston. I saw these were texts that were coming, and they were like last night. Somebody had said that they were flying over their house. There were like 2 of them doing a crisscross pattern, and so
there's been sightings in Bucks County as well. They've been all over. I think they're concentrating on New Jersey and New York because that's where the majority of them have been. But a friend of mine who's out in Bucks County, she saw them, and you know how they're coming in from the water.
Yeah.
It's probably just coincidence, but she's right off of the Delaware River, and that's where they were coming from.
I'm wondering how many of these might be, quote unquote, like copycat things that are people are jumping on board. They have their own drone,
throwing up their own drones,
and just to play around with the hype of or his quote unquote hysteria or whatever it may be, just kind of get people riled up. Or is this all one big concentrated effort from a handful of people? I don't know, man.
I think the extenuating circumstance here is that all of the authorities themselves, the people that we would turn to say, here's what it is, here's what we believe it is, here's what we can discount. You have senators and people. What's going on? Like no one seems to know. They're having press briefings. John Kirby, at the Capitol. Well, we don't believe it's. Well, instead of saying you don't believe, what is? We should know this many weeks into it. Give us an idea. But no one seems to know.
Is it the fact that they don't know, but what they do know is they don't perceive them as a threat? Is that what we're hearing right now?
I mean, that's what they've said.
Yeah, but that's not good. I don't think that's good.
I agree with you.
But what should they be saying? We do believe these are potentially a threat, even though we don't know what they are?
What they should tell us is what they are.
But they don't know what they are.
But that is the alarming
So you don't believe
part.
that? Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. I don't understand.
There is a maelstrom of no knowledge here that is very confusing, I find, and it's weird to keep turning to the public and go, we don't know, but you're supposed to know.
Well, and also, how can they say it's not a threat if in the next sentence they're saying I don't know?
Yeah,
they don't know.
What
if
do
it's
you
a
believe
threat.
it is?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
In the beginning,
and do you believe there should be people at this point who know what it is?
Yeah. But I also think that maybe they don't know what it is.
And that's troubling.
Yeah.
Yes. But I don't expect them to make something up and say, yeah, we know what it is.
Well, so I think the way to maybe get a clearer idea is to send up your own drones, right? Like send something up. Or helicopter. I don't even know. Like
that's what kills me.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know. I don't immediately assume that Zortaf and his floating X-wing fighter hangar is irresponsible.
Right.
But I think you can't just keep turning to the people and going, well, we don't quite know. Figure it the F out.
Also, why can't our military take it down? Take one of them down and find out what the hell it is.
So here's the deal.
They're coming in over the water.
Do you remember the spy balloon that was floating across it? So there were issues with bringing it down in certain areas. You didn't know what it was or what's on board.
They did bring it down, right?
I don't know what they know and what they don't know. But you do run a risk if there's a payload on something that could be explosive.
I don't know, man. I think it might be harder than we realize. We think that they can detect whatever is in and around the area. But, I mean, you can even look at, like, these damn car meetups that happen. How do they not know that that's going to happen? You would think it'd be pretty damn obvious, yet they happen. And so we may be thinking that this technology, that like they can detect anything and everything if it's in the sky. You know what I mean?
Well, what I would say
it may
is
not exist.
And I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. There seems to be such a preponderance.
Yeah.
A preponderance of video of what appears to be, at this point, thousands of incidents of people reporting cell phones up at the sky, and it's not like they're racing about. A lot of them seem to be sort of lethargically cruising across, the tree line as you said, out in your area, seemingly patterns.
Yeah.
Crisscrossing patterns.
But I guess if it's low enough, there's no way to, it can go, they can zip away, and I don't know, man. They're so damn stealthy,
If I had them consistently floating over my house, I'd be like, what? What in the F is going on
I
here?
understand the concern.
Are they
for
all
sure.
big? Are they all big?
No.
Okay.
I think there's varying sizes.
Yeah.
Right?
That's why I'm thinking maybe it's other people flying their own personal
but
drones.
it's quite
as
possible,
Well, as
yeah.
well.
But I think for the most part, they're saying they're not the size of the personal drones that we would see, which is why it's making it so alarming.
The big ones
When you have
yeah.
ones that are the size of SUVs,
Yeah.
I think also, Preston, to your point, and you're not. We tend to believe they have the capability to ascertain, for example, in time of war, if something were to come across our off the water and start hovering over New Jersey, we'd like to think they'd be able to ascertain what it was quickly.
Yeah.
So it's a little alarming to know that we're weeks into this now and they still can't figure out what's going on.
There's some just weird stuff going on. I told you guys off the air, but over the summer, there was footage of a submarine that was, what do they call it when it comes up out of the water?
Conning tower.
Yeah.
Or are you just talking about that part of it, or when it breached?
Breached,
Okay.
yeah. So there was footage of a submarine that breached.
There's an actual term for that, but I forget what it is.
Right, off of the coast of Wildwood, and there was footage of it, and now it doesn't exist. It was on the internet, and now it's not on the internet.
When did that happen?
It happened over the summer at some point.
Last summer, like this
past summer, there was a submarine that breached off of the coast. I think it was off the coast of Wildwood. It might have been the coast of Atlantic City, but
I don't know. I've been actually out on the Long Island Sound, and I've seen, Casey, a nuclear sub pull that move, and we were out in a 17-foot runabout, Preston. And we could see it. We were not right there.
Yeah.
We had two encounters with submarines like that. One where the conning tower rose up out of the water.
That's so cool.
We were off Port Jefferson. So I don't know if you're familiar with Long Island, but
no.
So we're out there quiet. The sound was pretty, almost glassy. But boom, this thing comes up. So we're bathed in our own crap at this point because that's the last thing you expect. But to see in the distance a submarine pull that move.
Oh, the emergency blow, where they fly up out of the water.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So I've got a friend. We kind of we laugh at her a little bit. She gets a little paranoid at things like this. When the tsunami happened years ago, we went to the beach that summer, and she was like, that could happen here. And we were like, okay, you're like, stop ruining our time. And then like the tide was going out. And she's like, do you see this? I'm like, no, it's just low tide. Relax. Yeah. But she's the one that saw the drone. So she's like, this is freaking me out. She goes, and I kept saying, what are they? What do they look like? She goes, and then sure enough, she saw two of them. And she's out in Bucks County. She's the one that lives on the farm. So there's not a lot of light pollution out there. So she saw 2 totally freaked her out.
Okay, hang on. I got some calls coming in. Feel free to chime in if you want. 215-263-WMMR. I've got Ed on the line. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Yeah, what's going on? You guys work.
Oh, you work, buddy. What's up, buddy?
So when Steve said they're not buzzing around a lot, my cousin got a video this morning, like 5:30 a.m. I'm going to send it to Melissa. Dude, they're all over. They're zipping around.
I didn't say they weren't buzzing around a lot.
Well, no, I thought you said they weren't darting around. Like I've seen them travel in a straight line, but these things were all over, dude. They were bouncing around. It's weird. Like they know at like 5 o'clock. They're like, yeah, they're not up yet.
So you're seeing drones at 5 o'clock in the morning. And how many have you seen, Ed?
Personally, since I've been looking every night, I mean, I see them. They just go in a straight line.
So
they don't vary.
Go ahead.
They don't vary in altitude. They just kind of just go straight, and they're just following the same path. And then you'll see another one. And then they just follow. They're going north, like towards North Jersey from where I live.
Right. Question it, because I did get a text from somebody who's an aviation enthusiast, and they've seen drones and stuff, but they also indicate that maybe some of these are aircraft, and people are starting to think that everything they see in the sky is a drone.
So that actually came. Wow. There's a couple of authorities, and I have the list here of who might have mentioned. They are saying a percentage of them could simply be manned aircraft,
helicopter.
That are part of the deal. Go ahead.
Drop my phone. My thing is this.
Yeah.
If when I walk out on the porch, I can see the planes coming out of Philly International.
Yep.
And I can tell which ones are planes. These things are not planes. I've zoomed in on them.
Okay.
They're weird. So I'm going to send you the video, though.
Go ahead. I mean, there's loads of video. There's loads of police who are trained observers who are saying, we've been monitoring this. What is this friggin' thing?
Yeah.
Friggin' thingings.
I have, now this was, years ago. I have been out, one time I was out playing golf and a drone came flying over. Scared the hell out of me, man.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm like, what? Because the noise, I mean, it didn't like buzz me or anything like that.
Yeah.
It was up in the air, a good amount, but that sound is high pitched. And I'm like, whoa. And it kind of freaked me out a bit. So I get the whole, whoa, what is going on here thing.
I have a couple drones. I've had a fairly decent sized drone that I since got rid of, gave to my brother-in-law because I can't fly it where I am. Right. So I have the smaller ones where they're FAA compliant and you can fly them around. But the ones that they're showing, especially at the altitude that they're flying, you don't see that often. Again, Preston, we're seeing people from all over, from all walks of life, recording the same sort of footage, and that's the freaky part.
Yeah. That's why I really want you guys to see this footage that I saw last night because
the TIE fighter.
Yeah, the TIE fighter, because it's nothing like I've ever seen before.
Did you find it?
Somebody on the text board I sent a link. He said he or she, I don't know if it's that they found that on some Facebook page.
Have we considered that maybe it's Nick doing it? I mean, he's not here today. He wasn't here yesterday. All this stuff is hit.
But it's been going on for weeks.
He's in that helicopter.
Yeah, you're in that helicopter. I think Marissa said she found that footage, so she's going to bring it up on the monitors here so you guys can watch this.
Do my best to share with you what.
This isn't the one.
You're in that helicopter, and you're nothing but a chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist, and I'm after you, buddy.
That's what it is. It's Nick. Hold on. Marissa is trying to.
Sorry about that.
What are you doing here?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me go to a couple of calls. I have Matt who's online. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Yo, what's up, guys?
How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good. What's up?
So I just called it. I heard you got a text from an aviation enthusiast. I'm definitely a plane enthusiast.
Okay.
And I hate to be one of these naysayers saying everybody's wrong. I'm sure people have seen drones, but once it started becoming this hysteria, I think 99% of what's being seen are planes, especially in South Jersey. These commercial jets coming into approach in Philly, they're 2,500, 3,000 feet in the air over these areas.
Yeah.
All the way from like near the shore, all the way out to like Westchester, Pottstown. And a big plane that high in the sky with green and red flashing lights will look like a small drone about 50 feet in the air.
It's quite possible, and that's the case. That some of them are, and in fact, they're allotting for that. Matt, as an aviation enthusiast, Are you a little perplexed why they can't completely isolate what's going on here?
I think it's because a lot of like the reported sightings just on Facebook and whatever people are reporting are probably planes. Now, I have seen pictures. I'm sure there are drones, and I'm sure there are probably more than normal. But once it becomes this thing where everybody's like looking now for these drones, anybody who doesn't know what they're looking at is going to look up, see a red and green flashing light from a plane, and think, "Oh my gosh, that's a drone over my house."
Right. No, there's definitely that possibility. I think it's just weird because they have been reports of drones from what we would assume were authoritative sources saying drones the size of SUVs. Does that seem to make any sense to you, Matt?
Sure. I'm not denying that it's totally possible that there are drones. But just last night, I saw a post from one of the restaurants I was leaving saying there are 6 drones over this restaurant. Like 5 minutes before I got there, I drive out, I look up, and I see 6 planes, and I referenced it on a flight tracking app.
Right.
It showed they were all commercial jets going into Philly.
Interesting. All right. Thanks, Matt. We appreciate the call.
Thanks,
I
Matt.
have a pilot who is on this. It says SUAS pilot, which I'm not sure what that means, but I am going to ask. We have Jace who's online. Hey, Jace. Good morning, man.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. It says here you're an SUAS pilot. What does that mean?
Small Unmanned Aircraft System. They don't call them drones anymore. They call them SUAS, Small Unmanned Aircraft System.
Okay. All right. So do you do this for a living?
Yes, this is actually part of my job. I'm a photogrammetrist. It's basically something where you fly over things, take pictures, and you can create sub-centimeter measurements on these pictures and or wireframe images, 3D images.
Okay.
I just did progress flights for the Rowan Fossil Park that they should be showcasing, I hope.
Okay.
But yeah, so I fly these things all the time. I've been flying them for 10 years now. Even though I'm labeled a pilot, most of the time I stay on the ground because you have to go to pilot school to be trained to fly these items. Just like Steve said, the FAA compliant drones that he has. Most drones these days have to be FAA compliant, have to be when they're sold. But you can fly for fun. And this is the issue that I'm having with a lot of people and a lot of reports is that if you're not in aviation, if you haven't been trained, then all you have is that, unknown opinion. The last caller was very astute. I appreciate everything that he said. He clearly is an aviation person. And yeah, I mean, you'll see drones all the time. They're becoming way, way more used by common people these days.
So it's
and you're allowed to go fly for fun.
It's potential that just the ubiquitous nature of these, there are more of them out there. There are more people that are using them for a variety of different reasons, whether they be professional or they be for recreational, that maybe we're just seeing more drones and people are saying it's all part of one big thing.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what it is. I do get aggravated though because I hear a lot of people making reports and calling reports about seeing lights in a straight line. If you see lights in a straight line, those are planes lining up for landing.
Right.
No matter what, drones might fly in a straight line, but drones hover. They have a different nature to them because they're quadcopters. They're helicopters. They go up and down, left and right, forward and back. Planes only go straight.
Okay, that's interesting, and I wonder if that might be. What's going on, but they seem to be focusing on these really big ones, Jace. Can you tell us about these larger ones and what they're used for?
So most of the people in aviation that have the 107 license, which is the SUAS drone license, can only fly up to 54.99 pounds. At 55 pounds, you have to get something called waivers. I can fly anything because with certain waivers, I can fly a drone that can weigh 200 pounds, 300 pounds. The size of the drone is intimidating, but they are lightweight, which is kind of weird to think about.
Right.
I'm carrying 3 drones right now with me, and my heaviest one has a 5.5-foot wingspan when it's fully open, and it only weighs 3.5 pounds.
Okay. It's just made of ultra lightweight material.
So you're saying this drone that would be the size of an SUV might not weigh as much as an SUV?
It might weigh 20 pounds, maybe.
All right.
And some of them are gasoline powered. Some of them are, not gasoline. Some of them are fuel powered. Some of them are battery cell powered. Most of the batteries are nickel metal hydride. They are very expensive batteries, and the heaviest part of a drone is the battery. I have seen the reports of people saying there's chemtrails coming out of some of these drones. That doesn't happen. They don't really have exhaust.
Right.
Even the fuel-powered ones don't have dual exhaust, so you would only see one type of trail coming out of it, and that would just be because of the the weather conditions of that day.
So my question to you would be with that, if you're flying something that large and you obviously have to have the kind of license that you would have to fly something like that, and you have to comport with FCC restrictions, why wouldn't it be immediately attainable, the information? I assume you would log a flight path, or someone would be alerted to the fact that you were flying something that sizable, and where you would be. Why is that information not immediately accessible?
I've been putting all this information on my Facebook feed because my neighbors are like, we're going to shoot these things down. Okay, so there is a fly for fun recreational pilot coverage from the FAA, from the federal government. If you go buy a drone, if you go buy a recreational aircraft, fixed wing aircraft, and you're a hobby enthusiast, you can fly for fun. You, as a recreational pilot getting into this industry, should understand and have some understanding of the compliance that the FAA requires you to have to fly these things. As a licensed person, you go through rigorous training. So as a licensed commercial pilot that I am, you go through training. You're trained every single day. Since the inception of the licensing, there's been so many different laws that have come out. You have to learn every one of them.
Well, to my question, am I wrong in assuming that somewhere, somehow, somebody would be able to ascertain, the same way you'd be able to check the license plate on a vehicle, where this vehicle is? In other words, how can we just simply say these are drone pilots flying for fun, and that's what it is? And finally, quell the fears of people who are living in the area wondering what the hell is going on.
Mm-hmm. So with the 107, you have to you most of the time are always going to file a flight pattern flight path. When you're flying for fun, you don't.
Okay.
So if these bigger drones are potentially been purchased by a person or a group of people and they're being flown for fun, you might not know who owns them.
Okay. And so
and they're so small and lightweight that they're not really picked up by a lot of the radar in the area, but they can be with the size that they are. There's too many unknowns, which I get is the reasonable fear that people have.
So why has the drone community like yourself, or the unmanned SUS, small unmanned the SUAS, whatever it is.
The suck-ass.
Suck-ass.
Oh, God, I don't want to call it that.
I know. Listen, but why have you seen members of your community come forward and say the similar things that you were saying right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of us that have the same opinion. However, like I said, the people that are in the community that are educated to fly have different opinions from people that don't. The only unknowns that we have are the locations that they're flying. That's what concerns us, the locations that they're flying. Other than that, you got to think about it like this. Anybody that's piloting a drone that wants to not be seen, why would you have your lights on? Most of the drones that we fly have these safety checklists where you can turn off the safety lights. You want to fly and not be seen? Yeah, it's possible. You can fly at night and not be seen. So that tells me that somebody else needs to see it, like the pilot. They're keeping visual line of sight on it, or they're having a forward observer or something like that. Some things just don't click in the community when you see these things and the way they're being reported. If you want to fly stealth, you can. These drones, like Preston said, they make a noise, but some of the drones don't. They're very hard to spot.
Well, I think what's happening is we're seeing a confluence of events here. I have the line from one story that says Senators Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand sent a letter to the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, the Federal Aviation Administration, requesting a briefing as soon as possible on how your agencies are working with federal and local law enforcement to identify and address the source of the incursions. So when the people we would assume would have the answers are like, what's going on? I think the people see that and go, how come they don't know? So I think the sooner they can have people, to Preston's point, you would say, well, if you're one of these people flying recreationally, why don't you just come forward and say, oh, I got my big ass SUV, 20-pound drone up. It's me. But we're not seeing that. So the more...
I agree. I would come forward right away if it was me. I flew in Camden yesterday, and a gentleman was like, I'm going to shoot that down. I was like, please don't shoot at the drone. I'm wearing blaze orange safety gear. I'm standing here with my controller. Please don't shoot the drone down.
It's less a fear that we're under alien attack and just more sort of a general frustration. Like, can you answer the question already?
Hey, Jace,
exactly.
What does a higher-end drone cost anyway?
So, unfortunately, it's a weird question because what I do for my work, I have to build specific drones.
Wow.
Most of the drones you're going to buy from Best Buy will cost you probably $1,500. My most expensive drone is only around $5,000 because I use it for a very specific thing. However, I do rent drones that cost upwards of $25,000. Because we have drones that have the capabilities of flying it with two separate cameras at the same time. One is infrared, one is regular, so the pilot can fly, and a thermographist can study the thermography imaging that they're doing. We do that a lot.
I was thermographisted once. It was not pleasant.
No.
This is fascinating stuff, man. Wow.
Yeah, I love it, but like I said, it comes down to the fact of it's not, and I don't mean to offend people, but it's the uneducated nature versus the educated nature. How many senators are pilots?
Well, so here's what you do. Here's a simple way to handle it all. Find out what it is as quickly as possible and disseminate that information.
Mm-hmm.
People are naturally. That's what you do. But to shoulder shrugging isn't going to get it done.
Agreed. And I think things need to change. They need to have a better warning system for small unmanned aircraft systems because they are becoming bigger and more prevalent around our area. And two, I think the regulations need to change. Flying for fun is great. I have no problem giving space and sky public use. That's fine, perfectly fine. But you have to have some sort of control on it. Like, you can't just put whatever you want out there. You have to have a regulation of, hey, this just has to be reported. You can log into the FAA website, and this is your licensing. This is the serial number of the drone. Now we know what it is, where it is.
Let me tell you how I know that this is the case, because Dr. Mike, the doctor for our show and Fox 29, avid RC plane control jets, loves to fly them. So I'm getting into it with him, and we're going to do it together. I didn't realize that you basically have to go through different steps. You have to get sort of registered. You have to your plane has to have identification on it. All of this stuff.
Written on it.
Yes,
absolutely.
Hey, Jace, I do have a question for Steve's observation of just figure it out. What you were saying, though, for them to just figure out what this stuff is. Are you saying that right now, the way things stand, that is not as simple as it sounds?
Yes. So the four warning systems that I understand are active on the East Coast and most military installations. Jersey has a lot of like pipeline and gas depositories that have something called the watchdog system, which can lock into a radio signal, but not the size of something. So we don't have good forewarning systems for small items, and I think that's what needs to change.
Yeah.
Okay, so in order to figure things out, it's gonna take a while for them to get the systems together to be able to.
No, not at all. It's honestly, I believe it's keystroke of code because we already have systems looking for bigger things like stealth bombers that only have the radio frequency or the radio symmetry of a robin.
Right.
You can see that on our screens because we're looking for that.
Okay. So they need to specify the thing they're looking for. Okay.
I think it's a keystroke of a code. That's really what I think it is.
Well, you have enlightened us, Jace. Thank you so much, man. We really appreciate it.
I freaking love you guys, man. I hate the rhetoric, and the truth is, I think people's fear comes from the unknown, and I'd rather educate. But the truth is, I still have questions, and I still understand the concerns. Yeah. But please don't start wildly firing into the sky.
So far, there's been no reports. There's been no reports of shooting at drones. But if it goes much longer without answers, you might just get that. Yeah.
All right, Jace. We appreciate the call, man. Thanks, bud.
I love you guys. I'll talk to you later.
All right, see you, bud. Bye-bye.
We found the footage, by the way.
Okay.
All right. So Marissa is going to bring the footage in. Now, just so you know, I don't necessarily believe that this is true, okay?
Reported drone over New Jersey, it says. And we're looking at the silhouette. It's dark.
Yeah, it gets in a little bit closer.
All right.
It looks like the cloud pods from the Cloud City a little bit.
It sure does.
From that video that we're looking at, Case, from that distance anyway. So this was, you posted this saying what?
My post was, is this real? Look at this thing.
Yeah. It's got the appearance of it actually, Steve, it looks like the Batwing.
It does.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
It looks like Batman's
so awesome.
flying jet. I forgot from which movie, but that's kind of what that looks like.
I'll tell you this, Case, they actually sell drones where you can put an X-wing over the drone.
Oh, no kidding.
That a bat wing over the drone that makes it look like this. So
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Like
Okay.
I could see where you'd be a little like, what is that?
Yeah. Real quick, I want to go to this other call. I know it's already, we got to take a break in a second, but Bob is also a commercial drone pilot. So
All right.
we should go to him too.
Sure.
Hey, Bob, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what's up, Bob?
Morning. I work for a company out in Valley Forge, Wilkinson and Associates. We do LiDAR surveys with a gigantic drone. The thing was very expensive. We were out in the parking lot one time setting up our targets, and when the president was in town, our drone would not take off because it was locked.
Rob, same. So I have a couple of the drones, a couple of the DJI drones, and so I'm in Mount Airy, and I was just going to fly one up a little bit around the yard. Same situation. When Biden was coming into town, it would not take off.
Correct.
Yeah. But in this case, so from your perspective, is as much ado about nothing? There are two things at work here. It could be simultaneously that it's much ado about nothing, and they're dropping the ball on mollifying the fears of the public who are wondering what the hell is going on.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything to worry about. Everything that guy that was on before me said is exactly basically what I was going to say.
Okay.
So
there's just more and more use of these things regularly for all kinds of jobs and for recreation.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Because our drones are licensed. Our pilots are registered. They go to school, training, and
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate it, Bob. Thanks, man.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
All right. Take care. All right. Well, it's all the rage right now.
I'm just
Dronemania.
Yeah. And I firmly believe people are adding to it by sending up their own drones. But we also have to answer the question, why are people seeing what they perceive as these drones coming in off the water?
Yeah.
What the hell going on?
What dat?
What dat?
All right. Well, thank you for the calls, guys. We appreciate that. But the most important order of the day is that Mr. Stickies is here.
Some of that real sticky, icky.
Yes.
Mr. Sticky has arrived.
They brought in their sticky buns with walnuts and sticky witches and cinnamon buns with vanilla icing and all that good stuff. And guess what? We've got gift cards to give away.
Oh, man.
We'll take caller number 19 at 215-263-WMMR. You get a $50 gift card. Mr. Sticky's Sticky and Cinnamon Buns in Pottstown is now taking Christmas pre-orders, mind you, and you can order in-store or online at MrSticky'sBuns.com. Mr. Sticky's warning, extremely addictive. So we'll set you up. We'll come back. We'll get Bizarre File stories when we return.
Work with it. Wait.
Wait. Oh, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
out. Your plot is too big.
You're gonna tear a hole.
Oh my God, I'm gonna bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you can
I just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2 on Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie. You ever heard the term cream pie before?
Yeah.
Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
Around
Over the ear.
over your ear.
Yeah.
You're fine.
They're good. Honestly.
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch them out for you.
Yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice! She almost
fell on her
fell
ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
Well, he's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I get this, Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh, my God. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah. It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the
There
day.
we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay.
Oh.
I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner
Yes.
has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlin, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I mean, no cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my
There you go.
God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
That Fish music was playing when they were coming out? Okay.
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little. What is this from, though?
It's a spoof. It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
You know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it. I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartzen.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I've been doing like 22 years, which is insane. And a lot of people just know me from movies. So it's kind of a bonus when they're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball. And they're like, oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh.
This is a whole other
crazy.
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes. Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, oh, it's this kid. And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, who is this dude? And a lot of the younger guys were like, oh, that's this kid Nick Swartzen. That was my first special. And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I loved them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he like called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, you. So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "Okay, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts.
Yes.
And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets.
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you want to buy?
Insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an interview?
Who grabbed the
I
piece of
probably
information?
did, but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it.
Yeah, you know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do, because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It's like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her. And
Okay,
I just want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute antithesis
The love of
a bat
bats
fan.
is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said
It
that.
was when you were in Austin for your third time. It says, why do you keep coming back? And you said, I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean,
Okay.
I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off.
Yeah,
and it really helps. Sure, it really
5
helps.
years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Great to see you, man. Thanks
Yeah,
for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swartz.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did. My
K-San?
At
No.
K-San in San
Okay, it was.
Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Okay.
Didn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And
MMR.
All right, let's officially ring in Friday.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Red Robin, and they've got holiday gifts all wrapped up. You can give the gift of Yum with a $38 Red Robin holiday gift card and get a $5 bonus buck reward for you now through December 31st. Red Robin, Yum. All right, so we'll start in Massachusetts. Police said a man was arrested on drug charges after getting stuck in a chimney while trying to hide from officers.
Is this the picture that was making the rounds?
Yeah.
This poor bastard.
No, God, that is a fear of mine.
That's a nightmare
being
scenario.
Trapped in something like that.
Because his shoulders were locked to his side.
Police were executing a search warrant at a home Tuesday night when they said two men fled the residence via rooftop, one of whom eluded capture by jumping down onto a parked vehicle. The other male, later identified as Robert Langlias, invoked the essence of the seasonal icon and attempted to hide inside of a chimney, according to the police department.
I keep thinking of Tom Hanks in The Money Pit.
Oh, falls to the floor. Yeah. Langless quickly became stuck in the chimney and required the assistance of the very detectives he was previously fleeing from. Langless was rescued and taken into custody. He was transported to a local hospital out of precaution and was medically cleared. He was arrested and charged with possession of Class A drugs, possession of Class B drugs, and a slew of charges from outstanding warrants as well. In Utah, a man was arrested after police say he intentionally crashed a car he recently bought into the storefront of a dealership. Michael Murray bought a car from Tim Dale Mazda on Monday morning. In videos, the car appeared to be a Subaru Outback. Hours later, he reportedly discovered what he believed were mechanical issues with the car and went back to the dealership in hopes of returning the vehicle, which he called a lemon. However, Tim Dale Mazda management said they wouldn't take the car back as it was sold as is. Murray allegedly threatened to drive through the dealership's front door if they wouldn't give him his money back. Taylor Slade, who is a manager, said, "We were like, whoa, we don't need to do that. Sit down. We can figure this out. We can find a solution." Slade claims the dealership did offer Murray his money back or a different car.
Well, there you go.
Before he rammed into the front of the building.
I saw the video. He drove through the front.
He added that Murray was told by the dealership beforehand that the car needed work before he purchased it. He told him that. He said, "We're very clear about the fact this car was not retail.
I wasn't listening.
It's going to need more inspecting and some work." In this situation, the customer needed the car. It fit his limited budget, and in our mind, we were doing him a favor.
Wait, this car needs work.
The arrest report said there were about 7 salesmen near the front door, and Murray drove through it, but no one was injured during the incident, and the dealership suffered an estimated $10,000 in damage.
Now it needs work.
Slade shared how he and other employees had to act fast before the hit, so this guy's facing some charges for that. This is a terrible story. A Dallas woman wants answers about the horrific way she says her mother died. So Teresa Gonzalez, 66 years old, was discovered in a sewage treatment plant in Dallas days after she was last seen. Her family said she fell through a hole in a street in northwest Dallas. And Cynthia Gonzalez said, "I didn't understand why it happened. I couldn't wrap my head around it, and I still can't." Cynthia Gonzalez and her attorney, Ramez Shamay, said that it happened between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on October 22nd. Teresa was out walking when witnesses reported seeing a woman fall through a repair site into a sewage line. Her body was discovered 3 days later, listen to this, more than 9 miles away.
My God.
At the Central Wastewater Treatment Plant in southeast Dallas. So if she didn't die in the fall, going through all that sewage for 9 miles along the line, along that way, it killed her. The family wants answers how something like this could happen. They said, "We believe one of the main reasons is
we're going to put our drone team on this.
Unreasonably dangerous conditions at the site, and that's why she fell in."
Jeez.
The autopsy is still pending.
Could you imagine?
Foul play is not suspected.
9 miles in a sewage tunnel?
Yeah. All right, and then we're going to keep this kind of short because it's already after 8 o'clock and we got a bunch of things to get to, but we will end with this one. Okay, it was down to the final 30 seconds at the Microsoft Excel World Championships in Las Vegas, and the crowd was going wild. Canada's Michael Jarman was in the lead, his eyes fixed on the scoreboard, desperately hoping nobody would come up from behind and snatch victory from his grasp. When the clock ran out, Jarman leapt from his computer and threw his hands up in celebration as the spectators at HyperX Arena erupted in cheers. Jarman, who is a Toronto financial modeling director, unseated Australia's 3-time winner, Andrew the Annihilator Nagy.
No rematch!
On December 4th to become the undisputed world champion of managing spreadsheets in Microsoft Excel.
No rematch! I don't want one.
Don't want one. So they have a championship where hundreds of people come and watch these people put together spreadsheets.
Oh, my God. I hate spreadsheets.
Jarman said it was an amazing feeling. It's definitely a great memory for me and will be for a long time. For his efforts, he took home a $5,000 check and the event's signature pro wrestling style championship belt that they give him as well.
Win! I love your spreadsheets. I love you.
You would think that Jarman, who works for a project finance consulting firm, would be sick of spreadsheets, but as he's risen through the ranks at work, he says he rarely has the opportunity to get down and dirty in the rows and cells anymore. But he said it placates him a little bit to do it.
Ding, ding.
Plus, the Excel World Championship spreadsheets tend to be more exciting than the ones he sees
at
the
riveting.
office. Yeah.
Ding, ding.
There were a few hundred people watching in the arena, and listen to this.
Unbelievable.
On the YouTube live stream, another 60,000 people were watching the spreadsheet Microsoft Excel Championship. I've never heard of that.
Are you? You're not a spreadsheet.
Oh God, no!
I've never been able to make them work right. I'm horrible at them.
No, it's a complete mystery to me.
Yeah.
So Rochelle knows how to operate that stuff.
God bless her.
Forget it, man. All right, there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to invite you, longtime Preston and Steve listener, to the Christmas Miracle live broadcast.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Less than a week away. We'll take caller number 14 at 215-263-WMMR. We'll give you a seat in the beautiful Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. The whole thing is presented by Phoenixville First and is the Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Edition. So wear your ugly sweater. It might get you beer for a year from our friends at Miller Lite. And check-ins between 6 and 7 a.m. next Thursday. So make sure that you can attend. We're going to have a great time. We're going to have some music. We're going to have games.
Everybody gets something.
Lots of prizes.
It's a hang with us.
Yeah.
We had such a great time at this location last year. We've loved them all, but we walked out of last year's Christmas Miracle saying this was our favorite.
Yep. 215-263-WMMR. Caller number 14. You will be on our list. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back, and we have the Connoisseur on the way, and we have a special guest joining us from the Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores to help you out with your holiday shopping on top of that. And we'll have lots of giveaways in conjunction with it, too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
I can't, this is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my, paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
They're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
country stereo. That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well and living in Contra Costa County and and living in Marin County and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh, my God.
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny, what was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still even on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it was
crazy.
Total unintelligible. Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. Reverend Billy Hargis.
Those were those cowboy hats too. When I see him on TV. I mean,
with the headphones, cowboy hat.
He did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they underneath? Okay.
Yeah,
that's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just telling you guys.
on,
This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah. And he got arrested,
and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
Oh, he was ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, "Who you wife? Damn." You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He was going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because
she's a newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
Sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay, thank you.
Wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
Yes.
You wife? Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. You know what? It's like I was there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D. If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
His deliveries.
Just so good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Mm-hmm. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankle. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the herald.
Oh my God! He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig?
Yeah.
That's
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God! Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God!
He's gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character. And he needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mutta truck or mutta trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role, Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No, I just thought I'd talk about
I just wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's
Me neither.
question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding on to the crease of the hood, and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel.
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs.
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
Yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw. I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love, we all love, that is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. And I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities. In the
a piece of copy. I handed it to Casey, and I hit his microphone. It's normally not all the way over here. So, and then everybody started hitting their microphone. All right. Normally, when I begin this segment, sometimes I will say, "Is anybody hungry? Are you ready to eat?" Today, we're saying, "You ready to drink?"
Yeah.
Let's do this. Yeah, we are.
It's time for the liquor-inspired version of the Connoisseur.
All right, we're going to get into the food stories in a little bit, but as we're heading into the holidays, we get an annual visit from some of our favorite people, and they are from Fine Wine and Good Spirits, and we would like to welcome Russ Johnson.
Hey, everybody. Thank you,
wine
guys.
specialist. Nice to see you this morning, Russ.
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody.
You guys have to be crazy busy at Fine Wines and Good Spirits right now.
We're pretty busy. We're working hard. A lot of people coming through, especially because every Friday and Saturday at my store at 20th and Callow Hill, we're doing really high-end wine tastings as well from 4 to 6 every single week. We're going high end in December, so the store has been really, really busy, especially on weekends.
Okay.
What kind of training do you have to go through? Because every time I go to a store and I have a question, they immediately know the answer. Everyone is pretty well educated there.
Sure. I happen to be a certified sommelier with the Wine and Spirit Education Trust, so I got a lot of my education and training through them. But the state also offers free wine and spirit courses to all the employees that work there. They actually have 4 different levels. Everybody can kind of go through at their own pace. So I think that the employees, for the most part, are pretty well educated in the product in the store.
So I am a non-drinker, but I am fascinated with the culture. And I think also a lot of people, perhaps like me, don't consider giving wine for the holidays because they're not well versed in it. But they could come to you guys. I think especially when we're talking about the time crunch around the holidays, this might be a unique thing to explore, giving something that, because we don't tend to think of it as a gift or that way, but though it is quite commonly given as a gift. And so you guys can help guide people to what might be a really nice gift outside the realm of the usual, standard thing. So what you have a couple of things here. What is the hot go-to gift that you guys are seeing and guiding people to at your various locations?
Sure. Yeah, you certainly don't have to know anything about the product to pick out a good gift for anybody that you might be shopping for. I happen to have brought a couple of my favorite items that I think would be great gifts for different people that might be interested in different things. I'm going to start off with a couple of the wines I brought from our Chairman's Selection program. So for those of you that shop in the fine wine and good spirits stores, you're probably pretty familiar with this. Most of our premium collection stores have a Chairman's Selection wall. And these are going to be wines that basically the state buys in bulk, and they're going to pass on the discount to the consumer. So you're going to see on the placards we have quoted at prices, what you'd normally be paying for these wines, and then the price that we charge. I brought 2 of my favorites. The first one is the Mew Albarino. Albarino is actually a native grape of Spain, really, really bright, kind of tropical and stone fruit flavored white wine. This stuff is only $12.99. I think it's delicious. It goes with just about any kind of food. So I think if you want a safe bet for someone who drinks white wine, this is one I would really highly recommend. Another one, which is only $9.99, is the Domaine de Fabergé. This is basically going to be a French Southern Rhone style blend of Grenache, Syrah, and Cinsault. This is more for someone who's into something full-bodied and heavy, and it comes in at only $9.99, so it's a really great value.
And I like when the bottle is nice. That white, what did you say it was called? Mew?
Mew Albarino.
Like the bottle is nice. So if you're giving a gift, you get a nice
That's part
bottle.
of it.
That's part of it, yeah.
That's what I'd be drawn to, and not knowing anything about. Also, something that I think, and probably disabuse me of this notion, simply because a bottle of wine is $9 or $10 does not make it an inferior bottle of wine.
No, absolutely not. I really don't believe in shopping by price. A lot of my favorite bottles in the store are under $15, actually.
Okay. So last year I got a couple of cases of wine for gifts for people around the office and stuff like that. And it was a guy at the Fine Wine in Lawrence Park who led me in the direction of this wine. I think it was out of New York. But I'm telling you, like, you give this and then, people, they appreciate it. And then once they drink it, they, like, every single person I handed the bottle to, like, it was a week later, 2 weeks later, a month later, 2 months later, when they finally drank that wine, they acknowledge it.
That's the desired result, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely. I also wanted to bring a special whiskey because you were asking about what's popular in the store right now.
You've hit the right area now.
When it comes to popular, whiskey is definitely the thing that's in right now. Bourbons, high-end ryes. So I brought the High West Distilling Midwinter Nights Dram. Wow. This is something that's really hard to get your hands on. People really around the world, but especially nationwide in America, are looking for this whiskey. And it's a very, very limited release. They only bring it around the holiday, and it sells out just about as quick as you can get it. We do retail this. You can also pick it up at our premium collection stores. So even though it's a hard to find item, we do get an allocation of it.
Russ, what makes it so cherished? Do you know?
Basically, this is going to be a whiskey where High West takes their standard rye, which is called the Rendezvous Rye, and they do an extended aging in a combination of port barrels and French oak barrels, which they ordinarily don't do. Most whiskey, especially bourbon, is going to be American oak. This is going to have sort of finer spice notes, a little bit lighter. The port barrels add like a slight kind of what I would describe as a dried fruit character. So much more complex with the extended aging.
It's ridiculous. I love, but it's my spirit of choice, ryes, bourbons, whiskeys. And you know what? I didn't put much stock in, I don't have a really super cultivated palate when it comes to that, but I have noticed that, say, the Maker's Mark that's in the French oak, I like that better.
You can notice.
I can't taste it and go, French oak, But I do know that versus their standard Maker's Mark, I prefer the taste of it. So these things obviously make a huge difference in the flavor that you're getting.
Oh, yeah. French oak does a similar thing to whiskey that it does to wine, which is it adds kind of subtle baking spice notes. You're going to get like vanilla, nutmeg, some of those kind of spice cabinet aromas. So it's a little bit softer than the American oak. I think it makes the finish a lot smoother.
Excellent. And I appreciate you dropping that bottle off for me. That's
not a problem.
Really nice.
If I may ask, what would that go for?
This is going for $139.99 in our store.
Which I think is, that would rock somebody's world if they are an aficionado, right?
Yeah,
because
most definitely.
The notion of giving something that's eaten or that you drink that, as you say, Casey, has that sort of delayed factor is such a cool notion when you're imparting a gift to someone. I love that idea.
Absolutely. And some stores are charging more for this. The website lists the MSRP as $200. So even though it's expensive, I think our price is pretty competitive.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm a tequila drinker, and I've just tried to expand and find some new tequilas. Give me your top tequilas or suggestions on what I should try. I mean, obviously I've had Patron, Casamigos, all of those, but some different ones.
Tequila is the other product that is just having an absolute heyday right now. It's super, super popular. When it comes to tequila, I will kind of go between two different categories, high end and entry level. The brands I like at a more affordable price point would be Altos and Espolón. Especially Espolón has gotten tremendously popular. There's also a lot of celebrities who are getting into the tequila thing. So you'll see Kylie Jenner has one, Michael Jordan has one. I kind of actually wanted to recommend for the higher end Michael Jordan's tequila, which is called Sincoro.
Okay.
He made it with a group of partners, but it's mostly his brand, and I think it's a really excellent product.
Okay.
Somebody gifted us recently a bottle of Don Julio.
Sure.
A really nice one. I haven't had it yet. Is that a?
I think Don Julio's great. They've been around for a while. They make stuff in a variety of price points as well.
And if you're looking for these sought after things, how do people approach you? How do they go about? Maybe you don't have something on the shelf. Should we ask the people that work there at Fine Wine and Spirits?
Well, you certainly can, but another place you can look is our website, fwgs.com. You can find all kinds of product information. We also do things like recipes for cocktails, party planning, things like that. And you can order anything free to your door when the order is over $99.
So, and because I'm a moron, and going back to Kathy's point about it has to look kind of nice and pretty and holiday-wise, gift wrapping and things like that, is that a possibility?
We offer tons of gift bags. We
Okay.
don't necessarily do wrapping, but we have tons and tons of bags, things that you can put gifts in. We can give suggestions for that. And a lot of companies are offering gift sets right now. So
We're noticing those, yeah.
I brought the Patron with me. I brought the Bushmills. I've got some Irish heritage in me, so I had to represent that. And these kind of are something that are real easy to wrap up. They come with glasses, different kinds of barware. We have tons of these, so it kind of makes it easy. It's like a one-stop shop. You don't have to go to a store and buy glasses.
So for a whiskey, do you have a whiskey box like this or something?
Oh, yeah. There's tons of them.
Okay.
Almost every brand, every category.
Everything.
There's
All right.
Tequila, vodka, whatever you want.
I do love those gift boxes. I bought a couple, I think it may have been 2 years ago. It was a Prosecco and a Rosé Prosecco that came in a gift box. I forget the brand, but it was not terribly expensive and it was good because I did also buy one for myself and then the person I was buying the gift for.
Oh, absolutely. The other thing we're doing is our Fill-A-Tote program. So there's going to be an end cap in all the stores where there's products. There's about 10 different ones. If you pick any 6 and any combination you want, you're going to get $14 off and a free tote. I brought 2 of my favorites from that collection. Echo Domani Pinot Grigio, real simple and straightforward, goes with everything, as well as the Don Miguel Gascon Malbec. As they say, everybody loves Malbec. Real simple wine, goes to just about everything. You're going to get $14 off when you buy 6.
Wow. All right.
great, man.
Man, Russ, you're a wealth of knowledge here. We appreciate that. How do you know offhand how many Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores there are in our general area?
In our general area, there's tons. There have to be a few hundred, I believe.
Okay.
There's between 650 and 700 statewide. So in the Philadelphia area, there's tons.
All right, so you can find one near you. And what's the website for people to go to?
FWGS.com. Like I said, free shipping over $99. And we're definitely encouraging everyone to please drink responsibly this holiday season as well.
Yes.
Love it. Russ, you nailed it. Thank you, man.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
All right. So go out there and drink and be merry.
Exactly.
Responsibly.
I think gift-wise, I mean, again, again, it's something that I love, as Casey, as you put it. There's sort of that delayed effect where you've given the gift and then suddenly it starts to get enjoyed and savored over a time.
Yeah,
and that's a great gift to give someone.
Agreed. All right, we need to play a clip. That was our first Connoisseur segment. So let's thank you guys. I appreciate it, Russ. Have a great holiday. All right, we're going to play a clip. Let's see if you can identify what movie this food clip is from.
The sooner you sit still, the sooner we can get this mess over with. Okay, then can we eat sugar plums? You betcha. We'll eat sugar plums and gingerbread houses, and we'll even paint eggs. Well, paint eggs, that's easier.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Order up. All right, here's our first food story that we'll dive into. So the folks at Tasting Table have compiled a list of the biggest food stories of 2024.
The biggest food stories?
Yeah, we're at the year end, so we get these lists that come out. There's like 20 some. I just highlighted a few of the ones that you might find interesting. So Chipotle opened its newest international location in Kuwait.
Oh.
What about Abu Dhabi?
The people in Abu Dhabi do like Chipotle, but this is the first international location of Chipotle to be opened in the past decade, and it's located at the Avenues Shopping Center in Kuwait City with state-of-the-art technology. Another big food story was Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill into law banning the sale of cultivated proteins within the border of Florida.
Right.
Wait, what's a cultivated protein?
Like lab-grown meat.
Oh, okay.
So it's the first state to implement such a ban. So that was a big news story. Stanley, the cup company, admitted its water bottles contain lead.
Oh, no! Stanley!
Well, that was in January. It's almost a year old. So Stanley announced that their
That must be why your nipples are silver, Kathy.
Yeah, we're all full of lead.
The tumbler did contain lead, but said the lead was encased in the bottom of the containers and it was not at risk of making contact with the skin or fluid in the cup. Panera Bread, another story, faced another lawsuit over its charged lemonade. There was a third lawsuit filed regarding their charged lemonade by a woman in Rhode Island who claimed to have heart palpitations and dizziness after drinking. So that you remember that was a big story.
Yeah, it's funny because Panera sort of ended up back on my radar because I like the menu upgrades.
Yep.
I've never tried those charged drinks, and I know they were popular. Do they still have them, or have they modified them?
I don't know. I think they either
They took them
changed the name or they made it more clear
that they're.
I don't remember, Kath. What were you saying?
it was like self-serve.
Yes.
So I thought they took it out off of the self-serve.
Okay. Another big news story of the year was Dolly Parton released a cookbook. Dolly released Good Lookin' Cookin' in September, and it featured favorite recipes of her and her sister Rachel Parton George.
I didn't realize she had a sister.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Yep. Boar's Head, another story, had recalled 7 million pounds of meat due to a listeria outbreak. Recall this?
Yes.
It was in July, and the recall was one of several by the Center for Disease Control regarding listeria contamination.
I think that was my favorite listeria recall, though, in 2020.
That was your favorite one?
Everyone has their favorite listeria recall.
And then one more story to mention of the big food stories of 2024. Chipotle, we're back to them, released an avocado peeling robot. The Chipotle Autocado machine debuted
Kale.
in 2024. It was introduced at the Huntington Beach, California location and expedites the preparation of guacamole.
It's gone crazy!
And is a real time saver.
It's peeling humans!
In the kitchen. So these were some of the big food stories of 2024 to share with you. All right, let's see if you can identify the movie from this clip. Here we go.
The sooner you sit still, the sooner we can get this mess over with. Okay, then can we eat sugar plums? You betcha. We'll eat sugar plums and gingerbread houses, and we'll even paint eggs. Well, paint eggs, that's easier.
All right, we're going to go to Christina. Hi there, Christina.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, Christina, do you know the movie?
It is out.
Of course. That's correct, and you win. Hang on.
Oh, my God!
Yeah.
All right, Christina, you want a pair of tickets for 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil, and that is going to be on Friday, December 27th at 4 p.m. at the Met, Philadelphia. And tickets are on sale for this show right now. Show times from December 19th through the 29th.
That show looks good, by the way.
It doesn't say where to get tickets. I would assume Ticketmaster.com. Yeah, let's just try that.
All right, fair enough.
Wherever fine tickets are sold.
All right, we'll play another clip, see if we can identify what movie this is from, and you'll see there's a theme here.
You were the ones that sent me the fruitcake for Christmas. It made me so sick.
Oh, I'm sorry. We thought you enjoyed fruitcake.
You enjoy throwing up every 5 minutes, Claude?
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Order up. Next one.
Oh, wait, wrong button. Sorry about that.
All good. All right. All right, now we're moving on to the most popular Christmas cocktails in the country. We're back to booze.
All right, Kathy.
So Drink World has put together a list of the most popular ones in each state.
Welcome to Drink World.
So believe it or not, eggnog is number one on the list.
Oh, ew.
Yeah, coming in first in 12 states. You definitely don't like that.
No.
I
not
would
a chance
say
in hell.
I used to be much more into eggnog, but I will have at least one glass of eggnog.
I can handle a few sips. And
Yeah.
It's so heavy.
It's so heavy
that
I find regular whole milk heavy.
Yeah.
So because from years of drinking skim, eggnog is 9 levels past that.
I watched Martha Stewart making this eggnog, and
Must
this
have
is
been hot.
Oh, it was. But and it was also her, probably 20 or 30 years ago. I mean, she's still sexy and elegant, but man, did she put a ton of booze in there.
Really?
Like, a lot.
I've never had booze-laden eggnog. I've had traditional.
When I was a kid, me and my older brother, we were making eggnog, and we convinced my mother that we needed to put Southern Comfort in it. I'm like, the recipe calls for, and my mom's like, okay.
How old were you?
I was maybe like 12 or 13. I didn't really know what I was doing back then, but like.
This recipe calls for Southern Comfort, Mom.
By the way, are there other kinds of nogs? I don't even know what nog means.
Yeah, what
Nick's
the-
not here. Can you look that up, Kathy?
Yeah.
I'm curious if nog
What is the nog in the eggnog?
as a distinction of a type of cocktail or not.
And if you do have an eggnog, I mean, I assume it's a chicken eggnog. Can you have a duck eggnog and an ostrich eggnog?
My mind is reeling now, Mo.
Yeah.
Mo, mother effer.
I don't know.
I was going to say the full
Wait,
thing.
did you know it's called milk punch?
No.
Disgusting.
Milk
I'm
punch.
out. Totally. I can't even read on.
Do you like eggnog, Kath?
No.
Oh, I love it.
I do like the taste of eggnog, but I again, going back to the texture and the thickness, I can't tolerate it.
Yeah,
So-
it's like a melted milkshake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know
Well,
how-
I do like
milkshake's
milkshakes.
already kind of melted, but anyway, yeah.
You know how there are some cocktails where they will use like a shaken egg white and kind of make it like
Yeah, I make whiskey sours all the time, and
Okay.
you put a little bit of egg white in there, it makes it frothy.
makes it frothy.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. When it lists that on the menu and I know that's what I'm getting, I can't drink it.
No kidding.
And I've had a cocktail and been like, "Wow, that was so delicious." And they're like, "Oh yeah, here's what we did." And I was like, "Oh my god, I hated it."
I thought I loved it, but actually I hated
I
it.
was feeling like another one.
Well, listen, for those of you who do like eggnog, like myself, try using eggnog as your creamer in your next coffee.
All right.
It's actually pretty
That sounds
damn
And then
good.
have a couple pork chops.
Yeah.
Second on the list is for most popular Christmas cocktails in the country, hot buttered rum.
So
Sounds good.
a lot of people turn to that as sort of a holiday drink. Are you aficionado? No,
Never
you
had
haven't
it.
had it.
Never had
Any
it.
of you? Hot buttered rum?
No, but I do like buttered rums, like lifesavers. Do you ever have those? A butter rum butter lifesaver. I swear to God.
No, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you.
I know those are good. Yeah.
That was like a grandma thing. My grandmother.
You
had
want
those
them
things.
hot buttered rum lifesaver?
10 states.
Want to see my boobies?
It's the it's the favorite.
So, eggnog is dairy. There's obviously other alternatives, which makes sense. There's oat nog, whole grain nog, and vegan friendly eggnog.
Do we understand what the actual nog in nog
is?
means?
I mean, does that mean rum? Because that's
Yeah.
what's in eggnog, right? Isn't it rum?
I guess.
Is that what provides the...
Southern Comfort?
Yeah, that's the alcohol part of it. is rum.
It just says that it's alcohol beverages added to it. Doesn't specifically say. It says you can use brandy, rum, whiskey, or bourbon.
So just for clarification, when you're having a regular eggnog and they sell them in cartons, eggnog, there is alcohol in that?
No.
Well, they do sell them pre-mixed like that,
Right.
But usually it's
If you're going to
without
your
alcohol.
Acme, there's no alcohol.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct,
Yeah. Okay.
So number 3 on this list is Christmas Punch. I don't know what's in Christmas
No.
Punch, but 8 states it's the popular. And I'll get to the one Pennsylvania is last on this list of our favorite. Let me see where I didn't look up New Jersey and Delaware.
Drone
let's see.
punch.
Next is Cranberry Mimosa.
cranberry
That sounds pretty good.
I'm not a massive cranberry fan.
I wonder if it's just OJ, cranberry, and champagne.
Oh, I was going to say probably skip the OJ. You know what I've been doing? Like I drink mimosas all the time. Blood orange juice instead of the regular orange juice. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's like that's my new
Mommy's
thing.
happy.
Yeah,
Hey,
seriously.
if you're a non-drinker and you want to have your mimosa, I suggest trying a Red Bull and orange juice. It's actually really good.
Okay. Then we have the Coquito, which I'm not familiar with.
Oh, we talked about this.
It's the most popular one in New Jersey. We did?
Yes, we talked about a little while ago because we didn't know what it was.
Okay.
It's a coconut-based alcoholic beverage.
Is it
love that.
Is the coquito? I'm thinking of. It sounds similar. The tree frog in Puerto Rico.
Don't know.
Yes, it originated in Puerto Rico, Steve.
Okay.
And Preston,
It's Puerto Rico.
it's creamy, so it's similar to eggnog.
Okay. By the way, Christmas brunch is the favorite in Delaware. Then you have Irish coffee is after that. I told you guys I didn't. I had now if you put like Bailey's Irish cream or something like that in
Right.
coffee, I'm good.
But
Or
Irish coffee is just like Jameson,
just
right?
whiskey in coffee. Ew. Me personally, no thank you.
You
But
like whiskey.
some people love it. And I love whiskey, but with coffee together. So the last one on the list, and I've always wanted to have one of these because this was John Lennon's favorite cocktail, a Brandy Alexander.
I'd like a Brandy Alexander, please.
And that's the most popular in Pennsylvania, believe it or not.
Yoko, what do you want? A coquita.
The majority of these are like desserty, creamy drinks.
Yes.
Well,
So
that
they're Christmassy.
holiday. Yeah.
What's in a Brandy Alexander?
I think it's brandy and milk.
That's it?
I think so. Kathy's going to look up the recipe. By the
Yeah.
way, from Wikipedia, go ahead.
Cognac, cream de coco, cream. It says there's a gin-based cocktail, also simply called the Alexander.
Okay. By the way, nog, Marissa got this from the Oxford English Dictionary, was a kind of strong beer brewed in East Anglia. The first known use of the word nog was in 1693. Alternatively, nog may stem from noggin, a Middle English term for a small carved wooden mug used to serve alcohol in.
Okay.
I thought noggin is your head.
Right.
Yeah.
That's Well, maybe they used to serve drinks and hollowed out skulls.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it was 1600.
It is the holidays.
Yeah. So
Where's our good holiday skull?
So anyhow, those are the most popular Christmas cocktails in America.
You know, I'm gonna make a conscious effort to at least have a sip of eggnog.
Okay.
But I yes, it's funny. I used to really drink it quite frequently. That notion is completely alien to me right now.
You can make any cocktail holiday just by freezing some sort of cranberry or into ice, and then you stick that in the cocktail. And
But you can't dress
now
up
it's
cocaine that
festive.
way, though, can you?
Yeah, nope.
All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from.
You were the ones that sent me the fruitcake for Christmas. It made me so sick.
Oh, I'm sorry. We thought you enjoyed fruitcake.
You enjoy throwing up every 5 minutes, Claude?
All right, we'll go to Lauren. Hi there, Lauren.
Hi.
All right, Lauren, can you identify that film?
National Lampoon's Vacation.
Yeah. Exactly. Hang on, Lauren. We got this for you.
Lauren, for you, we have a pair of tickets for 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil. This is going to be on Friday, December 27th at 4 p.m. at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now for showtimes from December 19th through the 29th via Ticketmaster.
All right, let's see if you know this movie. Here's a food clip from it.
What do they put in these things anyway?
Sugar-enriched flour, partially hydrogenated vegetable oil, polysorbate 60, and yellow dye number 5. Just everything a growing boy needs.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Order up. All right, now we'll go to the Google search of 2024, revealing the top trending Christmas cookies in every U.S. state.
Yeah.
And I highlighted, obviously, our tri-state area, and then we can go from there.
I'm a fan of the Christmas cookies. It looms large in my passions there, but just holiday cookies in general.
New Jersey's favorite. This is per Google search data. The ricotta Christmas cookies. Dude.
We were turned on to this by the company that came in.
Ginny's.
Oh my God.
That's right.
Those
Yeah.
ricotta. How is it pronounced?
Ricotta.
Is it ricotta? So good.
Yes.
They're
So
sensational
They're
cookies.
in the Deptford Mall, and I have gone there just to get the buckets of these ricotta cookies.
They come in buckets.
Yeah, they come in
just like porn stars.
Good God, did you just say that?
I had to.
Could be worse. Nick earlier this week said that I came on his back a little bit. He was talking about me standing behind him for a picture.
You were jumping on his back?
Yeah, he said, in case it came
I
on
caught
my
it
back a
too,
little
but I
bit.
let it pass.
So I'm going to move on to the next one.
Yes, let's move on to the next one.
Now, and I'm going to defend this because you guys are going to bristle at this probably, but I have a statement to make. Delaware's favorite were gluten-free Christmas cookies. We have so my youngest has Crohn's, and so therefore sometimes we need. Or I'm sorry, their best friend has a gluten allergy.
Okay,
so whenever they come over, we have to make sure that we have gluten-free food, and we buy a lot of gluten-free desserts. Dude, gluten-free desserts are good. There's something about them. There's a more concentrated
something not about them.
flavor. Yeah. I like them. Like we had, Shell bought a small slice of chocolate cake. And I said, what kind is this? She says, gluten-free. I took a bite of it. I'm like, damn it, I love gluten-free desserts.
So what you just mentioned is exactly where I've noticed in chocolate cake, and I would say that in gluten-free chocolate cake, it tends to be richer tasting.
Yeah, a more concentrated flavor.
Yeah, I don't know why, but Press, same thing. Casey's one of her best friends, since kindergarten. Same thing. Anytime she came over, we always made sure we had gluten-free snacks. Also, Preston, vegan desserts are so good.
All right,
I had it
so good.
When we were trying to get that dog Cannoli adopted, we were at a somebody brought from a vegan bakery a chocolate chip birthday cake for me. And mother ever rocked.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell was in it, but it was damn good.
All right, and then the Pennsylvania's favorite Christmas cookies, according to the Google search information, are Christmas sprinkle cookies. That sounds pretty generic. Yeah.
Like a sugar cookie?
It doesn't say. Maybe, Kath. Yeah, because generally the Christmas cookie is
Christmas sprinkle cookies. Get off my back.
Is a sugar cookie that's decorated.
That's decorated, yeah. We had
That's underwhelming.
A cookie baking night the other night. We do it every year with my friend and her daughter, and Jason, her daughter, made, they cut out the cookies. We get the cookie cutters. We do chocolate chip cookies. We baked all of them for the holiday.
I want to do a social media post. You guys know how heavy a user I am on social media, but I wanted to post this because Shell had brought some Christmas cookies home, and I wanted to post a picture of this one cookie and say, is there anybody that goes for this cookie first when they see an array of cookies? I don't think anybody. I will explain.
Okay.
What do you think it is?
Because there is one that I do go to first.
No, I'm saying
this is the one
I think
don't
this is
go
one
to
that
first.
people
But
that is always last because that's all that's left.
Describe
All right,
it.
I'll eat So it's the standard shortbread cookie, but the middle of it is either green or red. It's some kind of fruit goo. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Are those ever? Does anybody go for? Are those anybody's favorites?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Right?
There's another cookie that's always on that platter as well that I love, and I don't even know how to describe it. It's kind of like toffee-y and
You had me at toffee.
Buttery with like chocolate, and it's a really thin wafer.
Yeah.
Really, really thin. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What is that called?
Well, it's kind of like a kind of like a Heath bar, I guess, right? A little bit.
Heath bar would have toffee in it.
Yeah, but it doesn't crunch like that. It has a crunch to it, but there's also a chewiness to it.
Do you know what
not sure.
I only have around the holidays, but I love are those the tins of butter cookies.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
because
I love them.
Each cookie is made with 9 sticks of butter.
Yeah,
but they are delicious.
Yeah, but they're so dry, or at least the way my mom.
You
makes
have them with tea, or coffee,
I
or
guess,
milk.
Yeah, maybe
or milk.
Yep.
Whatever Ted Lasso makes for the boss.
The biscuits.
Yeah,
biscuits with the boss. You guys know me. I've told you before. I prefer crunchier cookies. I like those because I was always like a sugar cookie fan, and then those can be soft too. But I know you guys are more the moist.
Chewy.
Let me tell you something. If you get a chance and you want to send, Gold Belly has on it. They have a place out in New York that is considered like one of the preeminent cookie places in the country. There, chocolate chunk cookies will blow your head off.
You know what I've been eating a lot? I don't want to say a lot, but my go-to cookie at Acme is it's the signature brand. It is the half like Oreo and
Half
then
brownie?
half vanilla cookie.
Oh.
Do you know what I'm saying? So
I've seen those. I haven't had them.
It's like a golden Oreo and a regular Oreo at the same time. I'm
listening.
I love them. I love them so much.
I could be convinced.
Yeah.
All right.
And they're not expensive either.
See, somebody is saying the cookie you might be referring to is a lace cookie. I looked up lace cookies and I tried to find pictures. I don't see. Oh, is this it? That it? Something
hang
like
on.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Lace cookies. Thank you, texters. We very much appreciate that. All right, let's see if we can. Yo.
Just identified your cookie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have drones flying over Jersey.
Yeah, I know.
In seconds, we identified this obscure cookie. That,
See,
you see what I'm saying?
And we can't figure out what the drones are.
We're
Okay,
on it.
go ahead, present.
They should put us on
Yeah.
it.
All right, let's see if you can
Figure it
identify
out.
what movie this is from.
I mean, come on.
Here we go.
What do they put in these things anyway?
Sugar-enriched flour, partially hydrogenated vegetable oil, polysorbate 60, and yellow dye number 5. Just everything a growing boy needs.
All right, we'll go to Todd. Hi, Todd. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right,
that
Todd.
would be Die Hard.
Yes, that is correct. Die Hard. Great Christmas movie, right? All right, here's what we have for you.
This is what we have for you,
Todd.
We have a pair of tickets for 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil, Friday, December 27th at 4 p.m. at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now for showtimes from December 19th through the 29th, and you can get that via Ticketmaster.
By the way, have you ever seen the clip of Bruce Willis saying that Die Hard is not a Christmas movie? Doesn't matter.
It does not matter. It is a Christmas movie, and I appreciate it. I think it's funny when he says it, but I love. In fact, number 2 takes place around the holidays as well.
True.
Yeah.
And I was watching Trading Places yesterday. That's kind of a Christmas movie as well. I think it falls in that same category. You know
think
what I mean?
things fall. Yes,
almost.
Yes.
I'm going to watch Lethal Weapon this season because Lethal Weapon, to me, is a Christmas movie.
This year, can I put another on your list if you want a wonderful Christmas movie?
Yeah.
Terrifier 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Takes place.
It does.
It does.
Hey, I am going to watch a classic, by the way.
Okay.
And I just need to know which one it needs to be. Is it Miracle? Is it...
White Christmas is pretty good. I mean, it depends on what you like. Let's go back to Connoisseur.
Yeah, you're right.
Here's a movie. It's about food. Wait, no, I'm going to play a clip, Case.
I didn't mean it.
Okay.
I'm going to kill you.
Here we go. Let's see if we can identify this movie.
Oh, these cookies! I gotta get the recipe from Les. Put that cookie down now!
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer. Order up. All right, here's another year-end list. Grubhub is looking back on the ordering habits and trends of the year. According to their 2024 Delivered report, which has just come out, Americans ditched minimalism to make this the year of what they're calling doing the most. And this year's top takeout trends and most popular orders include protein. It was a big year for chicken, which was included in nearly 40% of all Grubhub restaurant orders. It was also included in Grubhub grocery store orders almost 3 times as often as beef. So it's the most popular protein.
Also, I'd say if you're ordering from a lot of places, most places, the most common dishes are chicken sandwiches and things of that nature. Right. So they're quite common. I end up ordering, if it's a protein, it's going to be salmon from the places that I order.
Mm-hmm. Also, Grubhub found that cottage cheese is having a moment.
Oh, it's the year of cottage cheese.
Yeah. I eat it every day.
Do you?
Yep.
I didn't know
every day.
that.
Yeah, when my little lunch,
your little bento
my bento box. Yeah, I've always got cottage cheese in there. Thanks to social media, people embraced the protein-packed food this year, and Grubhub delivered more than 2,000 pounds of the curds.
So in the cottage cheese realm with the fruit and all that stuff, I tried for a while to develop a taste for it. It just doesn't.
I love it.
It doesn't take.
In
It
fact,
doesn't take.
I don't even like it with the fruit. I just like it plain. But it has
It's
to.
the texture. For
Oh,
me.
I love that texture.
You mean like cold vomit?
Well, yes, that's kind of what I feel like.
Yeah.
I don't
I like
mind
it.
the taste. It's just that texture.
I know people just love it. Preston loves it.
Yeah, I've been eating it since I was a kid.
But I have to do the higher milk fat ones. I don't like the low fat ones. The 2%. I'm a 4%er.
I'm a 2%er. All right, espresso was also big. Customers added more espresso shots to their orders than last year, And it's no coincidence, a Grubhub espresso order spiked the week of June 22nd, right when Sabrina Carpenter's hit topped the charts.
So that's
really
interesting
funny,
because
seriously.
espresso martinis are all the rage. My wife is a big fan.
Yeah,
Are you a fan of espresso martinis?
I love anything espresso, from
Okay.
coffee with no alcohol. It's my favorite non-alcoholic beverage. And then add alcohol, and it's my favorite
It's
also.
your favorite beverage, and then it's my favorite thing of anything.
All right, if you guys were to guess what the most ordered soda from convenience stores through Grubhub would be.
We're talking name brand or flavor?
Name brand.
Okay. All right, from convenience stores. All right, let me see here. And then trying to judge trends. Let me break out my flow charts and my Excel sheets. I'm gonna. All right, say the way you asked that and the tone and the refer. Dr. Pepper.
Anybody else?
Coke.
I was going to say Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper.
I love you.
So that was the most ordered soda.
Wait, I find that weird. That's not like something that's a lot of. I didn't
I
think
know what you
that a
mean.
lot of people would order, right?
Yeah, like the cola flavor, whether it be
Yeah.
Pepsi or Coke, seems to be the easy go-to.
Yeah.
But Dr. Pepper is...
I read his body language.
I saw something on the gram this week where this guy takes about a third of a Pabst Blue Ribbon and gets rid of that and then fills that with Fireball. And he says it tastes like Dr. Pepper.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and then he drove off a bridge.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
Also, pickles are still very popular. Thank you very much. Overall orders for pickles were up 14% this year.
for that?
Preston.
No, I'm just happy because you guys know me. I was the
head gherkin.
The head gherkin
Yeah.
of the Big Dill, the pickle festival.
And what's my favorite pickle?
Oh, the Preston's picks.
Yeah,
from,
and that's not even
Fishtown-
hyperbole. Preston has made my favorite pickle.
Fishtown Pickle Projects. Thank you, guys.
I've been waiting for pickles to come up on this show because, and I don't. I
One
actually,
day.
No, I actually I actually am not drinking all of the time. Just for people who I keep coming back to alcohol.
We embellish. She's actually sober quite often.
Quite often I'm not drinking, but I had a pickle martini at a restaurant in New York. I was there for a funeral. I've been dreaming about it ever since.
Wow.
It was so good. It was
For you to be
freaking
moved this way in
delicious.
the world of alcohol is almost a tectonic shift.
But it was so delicious. So actually, Marissa and I were talking about it at Camp Out. So if there are any restaurants out there that serve pickle martinis, I'd love to come by and try your pickle martini.
And where were you when you got this?
I was at a little restaurant in Point Lookout, New York. It's open. It's a beach town, but it's a little restaurant that's open all year round. And it was on the menu, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to try that.
Do you remember the name of it?
Of the restaurant? Oh, I can.
Because they
look it-
might have the recipe itself. you
Oh,
know? Yep.
so usually it's they put olive juice in there, right?
Yep.
So I guess they just use
pickle
pickle
juice,
juice, and that's
totally.
it. So do you like yours dirty?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So you can, a Gibson has pickled onion, so it pairs well. That pickle flavor goes well with the vodka.
Explain this to me. So
gin.
in the pickle, the drink
martini?
pickle martini has olive juice?
Well, a regular martini.
Regular
Oh,
martini.
oh, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
misunderstood. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, no. So the restaurant was called Reynolds and Vine.
Okay. All right. A couple other quick things. Corporate ordering made a big comeback. Grubhub's corporate coffee orders spiked 53%. Chipotle lunch orders were the top choice for corporate orders because of returning to office policies. Mexican cuisine was the most popular international cuisine.
I was going to ask that question when you brought up one of the earlier segments. Is Mexican food as savored around the world as it is here?
Good question.
Yeah.
So this is just in America.
Okay,
Since it's deemed international
I
cuisine.
assume in Mexico it's pretty popular.
It's got to be fairly popular. And then the last thing I'll mention is here in America.
I'd like everyone to enjoy Mexican food. Isn't that right, Mommy?
The spicy trend took over.
Spicy?
Yes, which is a mix of sweet and spicy flavors. With hot honey purchases up 30%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hot honey is good.
It is good.
Yep, on
I'm
like a
not-
chicken sandwich or something.
Don't know if I can speak with authority on hot honey.
Yeah, it's just honey that they add a little bit of spice to. Yeah, Marissa?
Kathy, I found 2 pickle martinis
okay,
for us
where?
to try. Ready for a date? All right, I'm actually going to be at this restaurant next week. I'm going for like a friend's Christmas thing. It's Ember and Ash on East Passyunk Avenue. They have a pickle beet martini. It's stateside vodka, house dill pickle brine.
Stateside's great.
Do you like
beet
beets, Kath?
juice.
I do.
Okay.
And caraway. And then there's another one in Fishtown. It's called Little Walter. They were actually in a few weeks ago. They brought us the pierogies.
Yes. Oh, they're
They do a
excellent.
pickle juice martini.
Oh, okay.
All right.
All right. We
So
gotta
we
go.
have 2 dates.
Okay.
I think
And
that was.
Feast of the Seven Pickles is next week, Preston.
Oh, it is. And speaking of Fishtown Pickle Projects, man, that's a fun event.
What'd you lose?
I think that's my last.
Really?
My last connoisseur story.
Really?
I thought I had more. I mean, it's after 9 anyway. We do have to take a break.
I
so.
do have a good food joke for you, though.
Well, let's save that for last. Here we go. We'll play this clip. Can't wait. See if you know what this movie is.
Oh, these cookies. I gotta get the recipe from Les. Put that cookie down now.
All right, we'll go to Justin. Hey, Justin. Justin, what movie is that from?
Jingle all the way.
That is correct. Jingle all the way. Hang on. All right, Case, where are we going to go?
All right, for you, Justin, you just won a $50 gift card for Mr. Sticky.
Some of that real sticky, icky, icky. Ooh, wee.
Mr. Sticky, Sticky, and Cinnamon Buns in Pottstown is now taking Christmas pre-orders. You can order in-store or online at MrStickiesBuns.com. Mr. Sticky's warning, extremely addictive.
All right, before we get your joke, can we do one more?
Oh, yeah.
You found it.
Okay, no. We'll do one more
movie.
clip,
Right,
okay.
and then the joke,
All right.
and then and then the winner. Here we go.
The gathering around here is story roasting chestnuts on a fire. What's this?
All right, what movie is that from? 215-263 WMMR. Order up. We got to do the official.
Yes.
This is how we segue.
Okay.
So,
Come on, man.
all right, and now
The joke.
a food joke from Casey Foster.
Preston,
Yes.
knock, knock.
Who's there?
I eat mop.
I eat mop who? I eat my poo.
There you go. There we go.
Hey, thank you. I don't like knock, knock jokes, but that one got me.
Got Preston too.
What got me is him.
He was excited. You were the victim of that as well?
No, I just saw it on Instagram.
I just
Thank you.
love Casey's smile in anticipation of the punchline, and then when it happens, he's so happy.
Well, I'm so happy that I don't ruin the punchline.
All right.
Because I get so excited. It was just like the first time my nephew got to tell the interrupting cow joke.
Oh, yeah.
He goes, knock, knock. I'm like, who's there? And he goes, interrupting cow, right? And I go, interrupting cow. And he's like, moo! Like, he couldn't get the moo out to interrupt me. He was so excited. And
Wow.
that's how I am with every single
yeah, you
punchline in
are.
my life.
All right, before we get our winner, Marissa's got a final food contribution.
Just real quick, you guys know I do a food podcast called Delicious City.
It's
We're
very
hosting-
good.
Thank you, Steve. We're hosting an event called the Tasties. I'll tell you guys about that in the new year. I'll have Eli in. But it's a big award show, and we just released a Christmas package. So if you're looking for a Christmas gift for like a foodie in your life, you get tickets, and then there's a little add-on, and you get a Christmas ornament for Delicious City, a Christmas ornament little pig that is the trophy that we're giving away.
I love that, yeah.
Plus like printed out tickets. So it's something like when you buy online tickets, you don't really have anything to give away.
Right.
Now we have a beautiful gift that you can put under the tree or the menorah or
Where do we
wherever
get
you
that? Where can we
celebrate.
find it?
DeliciousCityPodcast.com.
Excellent.
Nice.
And you guys have this awards. They're putting on the awards.
Yep.
This is they've created this award. So it's
February
pretty cool.
2nd at Xfinity, at Live Casino.
Okay, wonderful.
Very
Thank you.
nice.
All right, we'll see if you know what movie this is from.
The gathering around here is story roasting chestnuts on a fire. What's this?
All right, we'll go to Billy. All right, Billy, you there?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, Billy.
All right, Billy, what movie is that from?
Nightmare Before Christmas?
Yes. Hang on, Billy. Here's what we have for you.
We have a $50 gift card for Mr. Sticky.
Some of that real sticky, icky, icky.
Ooh, wee. Mr. Sticky, Sticky, and Cinnamon Buns in Pottstown is now taking Christmas pre-orders. You can order in-store or online at MrStickiesBuns.com. Mr. Sticky's warning, extremely addictive.
All right. Oh, yes.
Well, I appreciate A Nightmare Before Christmas. It's one of the few things that Danny Elfman. I'm not so thrilled with the music in that, because so much of it is, what's this? What's this? What's the thing over here? What's that thing over there? What's that? What's that? What's that thing that was next to this? Shut up!
Wow.
I've never seen it.
It's good. It's just I for Danny Elfman as
wonderfully talented as he is, I don't think it's his best music. I've said it, and clearly I killed the box office on that movie.
It's out there now. All right, that's it for the Connoisseur, friend. Thank you so much. We'll be able to get in one more before the year is up.
Yes.
And that will be next week, and we'll be excited to bring it to you. But we do want to take a break because we're excited to bring our next guest in. I just saw her out in the Acme Lounge, and Natasha Leggero will be here in just a moment because she's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend. So we'll come back with her. Stay with us.
Gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the
Everybody,
fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always. When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. And that's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you look at all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together. Okay. So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. Yeah. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself.
Right.
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Did it start at 9?
Yeah.
What did Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Okay. Did they initially, because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up?
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show. Period. Like they had no idea what was going to happen. But once the show was successful, then it was like every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted. What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward.
Yeah. Want to do that again, but there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah,
no, that's a good question. We were wondering about that, about the. Preston and I were having a talk earlier about the comedy club or the theater. when you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's there's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette, and there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're right.
Then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who were in
That's
the
why
club.
I didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be allowed.
outta here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes,
with that,
you lift a clip
100%.
out, you lift a soundbite out of context,
Yeah.
and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
If the light is on,
You can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going,
right?
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up, and then kill the people's?
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to ruin it for other people. Yeah, it makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Which is
for pulling
also
the phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm Gonna Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really, he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
got it done.
Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah.
They were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era. And so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth. And it really was, it was an homage to them. So
and the blaxploitation movies of the 70s.
Those are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah.
So I was on the set of I'm Gonna Get You Sucker, 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later.
Yeah.
Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
Happy birthday to you. So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, actually I don't. But I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go.
So you can blow out the candles, and there you go. The first ever Bond girl, Eunice Gayson, has died. She was 90 years old. She starred as James Bond's love interest, Sylvia Trench, opposite Sir Sean Connery in Dr. No back in 1962.
The iconic scene of all Bond movies, when James Bond first is introduced, she is across the, I don't know if we have the audio of it from the clip, but she is across the table, and here it is.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench. I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
So, Sylvia Trench, you got to love the names that they gave these women.
Sylvia Trench, huge gaping gash.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're going with Trench and Pussy Galore and things like that.
Pussy, Harriet Pussy.
Yeah. No, I
Countess Smelly Bunghole. Well, Miss Bunghole. Pussy galore. And that was, a lot of vagina. Was the,
to play off of that. A lot of vagina.
But Sylvia Trench. Yeah, hairy gash.
Hairy gash.
Slimy bush.
Slimy.
Putrid pooter.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep it going. I'm having fun.
Melisandre Double Fist.
Yeast infectantine.
Yeah. So
rest in peace.
What a lovely tribute to Eunice.
Chlamydia hysterectomy.
So, Steve, she was in From Russia with Love as well?
Yes. So he actually leaves her to go off on this mission, but the idea was to keep her sort of continuing the way Moneypenny. It was sort of a flirtation to keep her in and out of his life, but they passed on that. But that's the first time in the Bond films where James Bond is introduced at the Baccarat table. I believe they're playing Baccarat. And it's great.
Did she know Steaming Butthole, too?
She knew Steaming Butthole was her sister.
All right. But anyhow, a post on her official Twitter feed read, an amazing lady.
Perhaps you know my sister, Queef Poop Splatter.
And my cousin, Purdy Turd Cutter.
So the Twitter feed read, an amazing lady who left a lasting impression on everyone that she met.
Did you say Queef Poop Splatter?
She will be very much missed. You know what? I got to point this out. Lately, when you've come in here and we're doing this crossover thing, I don't know where you're going.
Excuse me, what?
No, I mean your inflection. It sounds like, is he going to say something else, or is he done now? And I'm having a hard time. I think we're off. I think we're out of sequence. I think we're
We'll have like a
He
bonding
does have a secret.
session.
He's become a soldier of fortune.
Oh,
yeah.
Maybe let's do an Outward Bound together or something?
Furthermore, I did. And that.
Hey.
What?
I wanted to ask you.
I can't believe this is hard.
I'm not saying you're stopping in the middle of what you're saying.
He's saying you're an unprofessional broadcaster.
You actually finish the words,
that's
and
certainly
then
true.
Your inflection is as if you're going to continue on, and then you don't.
Yes, of course.
You should have heard us all day. The amount of screw-ups and semi-said words and spotties.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, Preston looks at me and goes, what's going on? And I go, I'm just trying to get my head out of my ass.
Yep. So you're done talking now.
What?
Okay. What is on your show today?
There was once a time.
Oh, is that you doing that, Steve? I'm like, where's that noise coming from?
Beautiful day. Then I found myself camping. That part's wrong because I wouldn't camp.
Oh, that part's wrong in my own story.
And well,
I'd like to correct my story.
A Motel 6 is camping for me.
You going to U2 tonight?
Yes! Yes! And you have access to right? You can be on premises, yes?
Something to talk about.
Thank God.
Oh my God, yes. It's like a first date.
Oh my God, we found something in common.
I like spaghetti too.
I have a follow-up question. Do you think that...
Thanks, Kev. Just a heads up, not right now, but in a little while, we have one more pair of Christmas Miracle Passes to give away. So
Is that the one and only?
For today.
Okay.
And then we've got some next week.
right.
And of course, you can go to WMMR.com. There are ways to win there too, but we will do a giveaway here before the program is up. All right. Our next guest has brought with her a guest, but first we will welcome the first guest, who is going to be the performer at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow as well. 2 shows each night, 7 and 9:15 or 9:30, depending on which night. HeliumComedy.com to get those tickets. Welcome back to Philadelphia, Natasha Leggero. Hi,
Oh
Natasha.
my God, thank you guys so much.
It is wonderful to see you again.
We had a show last night, too.
Oh, you did?
How was it?
It was good. We actually had paparazzi there. Is that normal that the paparazzi in Philadelphia, there was like 2 people hanging out for 4 hours?
I was just going to say, was it one person outside?
It was 2 people. They almost backed into a car. They didn't seem to know what they were doing.
We don't have like Manhattan paparazzi, or like
no,
LA.
they did not seem like that. Well, I don't think there's an echelon for paparazzi. They all kind of feel similar.
Yeah.
Is that classist?
I think so. No. But along with Natasha, we do want to mention the other voice you hear is Katie Arroyo, who's going to be opening.
Katie's opening for me. She was there for the paparazzi moment.
They were not there for me, but I was there for them.
So was it two separate photographers?
They seemed like they were friends.
They were friends.
Together.
So we don't have not 30 mile zone like TMZ. It's like a mile.
We had nothing. Wait, who were they?
I have no idea. And then they were there when I got there at the beginning of the show. And then the funny thing about paparazzi is they don't watch the show. It's like, well, if you're a fan or like people who want your like autograph, a lot of times they wait out front in the beginning and then they're still there at the end and they didn't even come see you.
Yeah, you can go inside and experience the whole reason of what this is about.
It's very
do that.
confusing.
But they've changed so much. If you watch, by the way, I simultaneously can't stand the TMZ show and I love it at the same time. And you probably encountered far more than do we, but they seem to be, they consider themselves, I guess, photojournalists at this time or interviewers because it's the photographers that are conducting these interviews out on the street, right? I mean, they're not like
I love that it's an interview,
This
though.
interview was mostly them going, "You look beautiful."
Is that it?
But TMZ, too, it's so intrusive. It's like, hey, Ellen, why did you buy dog food?
Right.
Yes.
It's like, oh, what a great interview.
Yeah.
I have a dog.
Ellen does not buy her own dog food.
No.
That was the wrong reference, but,
I thought you were talking about Ellen Pompeo.
Yeah.
She would totally buy her own dog food.
I think so.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, because you Natasha, you are a mom, and you write about it in your book, and you're out on the road and traveling and so on and so forth, and you have, we just met Katie, and who is the other
Jamie
person?
Pappas.
Okay, Jamie.
She's here with us this weekend, too.
Is this kind of a tear it up, let it loose kind of thing for you? Are you're not traveling?
This weekend?
Are you traveling with? Are you traveling with a child or no?
No.
Okay.
I'm just traveling with the lady.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is this?
Bitches.
No, the shows have been so great. These girls are so hilarious.
Yeah.
It's been really fun, and I'm excited for the 2 shows tonight. Last night was sold out.
Yeah.
That was really fun.
Very cool.
Excellent.
It's a great club, and you're hilarious. I'm sure you guys are as well. Natasha wouldn't travel with anything less.
We're about to tear it up at a breakfast spot. What do you guys recommend?
Can you go to Middle
mode.
Child Clubhouse, I think is what it's called.
A clubhouse?
It's called Middle Child Clubhouse. It's in Old City. I haven't been there, but I follow them on Instagram, and they have these pancakes that I want to make love to. They look amazing. So I would recommend going there.
But that's a recommendation based on an Instagram page.
You haven't
not
eaten it.
internet.
Yeah,
Just
a
trust
photograph means nothing.
We want places you've been to that you love.
Marissa is your best bet for that. She is the foodie, and she can. What are you guys in the mood for? It has to be tailored to that.
We're between Sabrina's and Honey's.
Oh, those are like the 2 best that I think that you
Okay,
can go
Jamie,
to.
you did a good job.
Good job, Jane.
Yeah.
So
All
please
right.
alert the paparazzi so they can get
I'm just trying to get my photo taken again.
She's announcing where she's going.
Over a stack of flapjacks.
Now, do you go sweet or savory or both for breakfast, or does it depend on the day?
I'm a savory.
You're a savory
Are
person?
you?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're getting some
Although
sausage,
I saw your
eggs.
sticky buns out there.
There's a lot of buns.
Pretty amazing.
There's a lot of buns in this building.
Are you deceptively? Do you have a robust appetite, Natasha? Or because you're petite, I would not imagine you're a food hound.
Well, I quit Ozempic about 2 months ago, so now my
serious?
appetite's back.
Did you do Ozempic?
Well, I did it a little bit,
Yeah.
but it was like I lost my butt. I was like, this is stupid.
Casey was on it and said he is and that the desire that you lost the desire to eat, right?
No, that's what happens. That's what I was gonna say.
You just don't have an appetite, and when you do have an appetite, you don't have one for very long.
Was that your
Yeah.
experience?
Yeah, you're never hungry. But now if I don't finish my sandwich, your friends in LA are like, are you on Ozempic? Just tell me. Like everyone gets mad at you because everyone's trying to like figure out who's on Ozempic from like how you're eating your food. Because you literally will like get a piece of pizza, you'll take one bite, and then you'll just let it sit there.
Yeah, we were out to lunch, and you didn't even finish half of what you eaten, which is so not him.
See?
And I was like, I thought it was me. What's going on?
No, but I've been off of it for months and months now, and I still like the appetite is not there. Like I only had a half of a breakfast sandwich. Kathy was commenting last week because I had only had like a half of a sandwich for lunch.
And you're off of it?
And I'm off of it. Yeah.
That's weird.
So, but yours, it didn't last long once you were off.
It was dumb. I don't know what I was thinking.
It's funny though. There seems to be like this, people who are.
A brain infection?
But it's like they sort of like bristle at the notion that someone was on Ozempic, and it's like if somebody was like 9 levels of diabetes or whatever, if you lose the weight and you're healthier at the end of it because you've shed the weight, that's fine. But I mean,
of course, but
yeah.
this is like actresses trying to lose 4 pounds.
Well, there you go.
Taking drugs away from people who have diabetes.
I mean, I was trying to lose 40 pounds.
Different thing. All right, well,
I can see that then. Yeah.
But yeah, my appetite's back. Happy to say. And
is your butt back?
My butt came back. I was worried. I was like, I need that thing, Because, it's weird. You get thinner, but you don't look better.
I was looking at a video. You used to do the series Tubbin' with
Tubbin' with Tosh?
Yes.
That was my hot tub show.
Your hot tub show, which was very funny. And you have a very sort of sexy opening and so on and so forth. And I watching this, I wanted to ask you the question. Do you ever when you're in a hot tub with somebody like Jeff Ross, are you concerned about the water contamination? I don't know. We love Jeff. We love him to death. But was that,
I mean, Eric Andre peed in the hot tub and on me during that. So that was actually way worse.
I didn't realize that.
Jeff was respectful.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric pissed in the tub, and we had to let out the water in time for when Sarah Silverman came, right after.
I love Eric Andre, but did he cross the line when he peed in the tub with you in
Eric has never crossed the line somehow. I don't know. I just,
He's awesome.
It would be really hard for him to cross the line.
You would be disappointed if he didn't dance on the line a little bit, right? I mean, that's what it's kind of his thing, yeah. And I don't think you bristle easily at stuff like this.
No.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, you converted to Judaism years ago, correct?
Yes, but I am also a Buddhist.
Okay.
And I was born Catholic.
So what are the holidays for you mean? What is that like?
The holidays, I've tried to celebrate all holidays.
No kidding.
If I can.
And how old is your child?
She's 6.
6. That's in the heart of Christmas.
I know.
Does it enhance it?
And Hanukkah? So you're doing both?
She likes it all.
Yeah.
But she also is like very into whether or not things are real or not. Like she just lost a tooth and she's like, I know you're the tooth fairy.
Wow.
You promise me you won't go into my room. Like she's just like obsessed with like cracking the case of like who the tooth. And I'm like, this is her. Don't they lose all their teeth?
Yeah.
There's like so many more teeth to lose.
Yeah.
What do you do? Do you just like keep putting, the tooth fairy came? Like, do you make it seem like that's...
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there's an app that you can take a picture of your kids sleeping in bed, and the app captures the tooth fairy flying above the child.
That's what you need.
Wait, that's an app. And then you show it to the kid the next day?
Look,
Here, you little
caught
bastard.
Wait, that is such a good idea.
Yeah.
No, she was really pissed. Oh, this is what happened too. She woke up crying. She goes, this tape? And I go, yeah. She goes, that's from our drawer. Because she's like, 6 and really into tape.
Wow.
So like she knew all the different tape we had, and I taped by the way, I only had a 20, which was way too much to start it with.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah. That always happens.
It's just what I had. And then I was like, oh, maybe she did a 20 just because it's your first one. But yeah,
Good
the
cover.
tape, she was like really sleuthing and kind of pissed about it.
So we're going to be buying tape this weekend.
Yes.
Tape
Well,
and, I love this app idea.
Yeah.
Katie, you should hold on to the tape that's used for the tooth fairy so it's not traceable to you,
Yeah.
Natasha.
We need to get forensics involved in this.
Yeah.
That's so funny that you say that about the tape because my son's older now. He's 13, but he also went through a tape phase where I was constantly buying tape. I'm like, what are you doing with this? Like he was taping everything. He would make balls. He would
It's cute.
It is cute, but I just remember buying so much freaking tape.
I know. They're like creating something.
I don't remember
Yeah,
a tape phase.
we went through a slime phase for a while where you had to buy actual what's the solvent for contacts?
Murine.
That was like the
saline
active
solution?
saline solution.
Saline?
That was like the active ingredient to make homemade slime. And I mean, like CVS's were running out of them left and right. But the kids go through these little
Phases.
they're creating it, like you said. They're little crafty phases where they mix stuff all the
So
time.
the starlets are sucking up the Ozempic and the kids are getting rid of the saline. It's like there's no justice.
Do you guys have elves too, by any chance?
Elves?
The elf on the shelf?
No,
Okay.
but I believe in them. Love elves.
What's your happy medium between Hanukkah and you celebrate Hanukkah as well? I assume, right?
Well, they're on the same night.
Yes.
This year, so
it
that's
starts
exciting.
on the 25th.
I used to be wildly envious of my Jewish friends because they would get the gifts over 8 days. you know?
but then after you grow up, you realize
It's deodorant on the seventh day. Yeah.
Exactly. They were getting much less sexy
Yes,
gifts.
they
every
broke
night.
big at the beginning. Yeah. Do you decorate the house? I mean, are you that kind? Are you like a Courier and Ives kind of person, or are you just more reserved in the celebration at home?
I'm just trying to keep it together.
Yeah.
I am trying to figure out my schedule.
Yeah.
Scheduling's very challenging. My husband has ADD.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know about this. Have you heard about this?
Yeah, I have it myself. Yeah.
Everyone has it.
I've been explaining it to her.
I don't. Well, see, because we're in couples therapy, and the couples therapist is like, "Well, you should be really gentle on him because of his neurodivergence." And I go, "What? What's wrong with him?" And she's like, "He has ADD." And I was like, that is not real. We all have ADD." And then she's like, "Well, he has a hard time focusing on tasks that don't interest him." I'm like, yeah.
So do
That's
I.
everybody.
That's everybody, but we have our shit together, so we do it. He doesn't close cabinets, can't find wallet. It's like all that. So it's very annoying.
We went to couples therapy years ago, my wife and I, and they must roll out that ADD test because I got it handed to me, and apparently I rocked it like I had everything was checked. So I assume that's probably just the default.
They gave it to you at the couples therapy.
Oh yeah. And she goes,
that has to be pretty impressive ADHD for them to be like, you're both here, but actually you. We need to
Right.
talk
She
to you.
pointed
They're
right at me.
supposed to be on both sides.
No. She said, "This is your issue."
So did it help? Did you fix it?
I kind of believe the way you did that a lot of people have it in some form or another, that a lot of the questions seem sort of vague. But yes, I clearly I get distracted quickly. And so what my wife deals with is a lot of times I'm 3/4 of a way through a story that I actually have not spoken out loud to her. And so she's forever trying to piece together. Is that what your husband does?
Oh, many things.
Yeah.
But the main thing is we'll just be like hanging out. This is the thing that's really annoying over the holidays. And then all of a sudden he's like, shit.
Oh, you can't.
We can't say that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Shoot. I dumped you on the first one. Go ahead.
Shoot. I'm supposed to be in Raleigh tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Like it's a lot of that,
Oh,
you know?
wow.
And it's like, and you're like, oh, what? Like, wait, I'm leaving. We have a kid. It's like he just can't keep track of his schedule.
Your husband's a comedian as well.
He's a
well-known.
comedian,
Yeah.
Moshe Kasher, but like,
He's great.
that is so annoying that he just he doesn't quite have it under wraps, And then we'll be on the way to something and he'll text me. This is another way the ADD comes in. Like we're on our way to a birthday party and he's like, should we bike to Glendale right now? There's this thing going on. And I'm like, what? Like you're on your way to this plan and there's like a domino effect that's about to happen. Like then we have dinner, then the kids go, it's like we have this whole thing. So it's a lot. So it's like there's a lot of chaos.
Is it frustrating to you?
What do you think?
I'm frustrated. I don't even know him.
Does it manifest? So
there's like a messy house and there's like a messy schedule. Like it's a lot.
She loves it.
I was reading about you, and you've done Burning Man with him, correct?
I did that 3 times.
Yeah.
I did. And
I mean, for you, I think that would be totally antithetical to you, but you went and did it for him.
Yes, and here's why I'll tell you. And I've been talking about this on stage a little bit, but there's something that women have. It's called estrogen. And as you get older, your estrogen leaves, and another name for estrogen is tolerance.
Oh.
And so when your body starts to like deplete itself of this special thing that you used to have, where you thought everything was cute and funny and charming, and you're like, wait a second, and nothing's changed.
No.
The person's the same.
Yeah.
But you're like, huh? Wait, I was okay with all this? That's kind of what's happening to me right now.
That's as clear a description as I've ever heard. Great. It's whatever chemical is, it's tolerance leaving your body.
Yes. Yes. And because even my couples therapist was like, well, didn't you know that he kept his house like that? I don't know. Have you felt that that's a thing?
Yeah.
I mean, you seem young, but it happens slowly.
Thank you. No, I was going to ask you, so you're both traveling. Do you feel bad leaving your kid?
Yeah. It sucks.
They have a TV. They're fine.
No, because I'll feel bad if I have something to do and I'm like, it's the holiday season. Shoot, I should be home, doing this with my son. But, you're going on longer trips.
Oh, isn't that the best?
3 days, I try to justify it,
You don't have to try and justify it. It's your career. This is what puts food on the table.
Yeah.
This
She
is what
also-
educates your daughter. This is what is going to set her up
She
for the
drives
rest of her
to
life.
school every day, so I feel like all during the week you're probably more present than
You're rocking
I don't do
someone.
shit during the week. I have to say.
That's 3.
All right, that's 3.
We're hit our limit. Trying to get kicked off this show. But I mean, it's like going away for 3 days. It seems okay, and you're modeling a job, and you're modeling that for your child. So I think that's a positive thing. And I call her, and it's not like she's just with the neighbor.
I want to ask about one.
She's with a man who doesn't know her schedule. Yes, she's with a man who has no idea.
He's bike riding to Glendale.
Maybe you should
That
call
was
the neighbor.
like you work
Call
so
the neighbor
hard.
to check
Can
on
you
her.
make sure she's at school?
You work so hard to create a schedule and to create some sort of balance, and then we come in and we ruin all of that in a weekend's time. Moshe was here last week, I think, or maybe.
Did you guys have him in studio?
No, because we had our big food drive last week.
It's the biggest
He
single.
got bumped for a food drive.
It's
the biggest one in the country.
It's the biggest one in the country.
Oh, did you guys raise a lot of money?
1.6 million pounds of food and $995,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's the biggest one
Good
in
for
the
you
whole
guys.
world. Yeah. So unfortunately, we weren't able to have him in. But I want to ask: do you have like a friendly rivalry, who did better in the city? Because he was here last week and you're here this week. You were sold out last night.
Do you have another topic? No, I'm just teasing. No, well, he was at a different club.
Yeah.
I don't know what club he was at, but Helium is the greatest club.
It is. It is.
And I'm very lucky to be there. And
so
I've
no
been
rivalry.
performing there for many years. And it honestly is one of the great clubs in America. I don't know if you guys know that because you live here, but
Yes.
everyone talks about it. It's like everyone's favorite club, and the crowds are always amazing.
Well, we've watched them pop up all over the country now.
Oh, the Heliums, but this
Yeah.
was the first one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I opened the Helium in Portland when they started branching out. But this is such a great club. So.
There is a vibe to a well designed club, the low ceiling and wide, and the whole thing is there's just an energy there, and a lot more comedians. Tom Papa's special was just out. They're going. They went big theater and big crazy production, and then they realized the real magic is in capturing that comedy club experience. That's the real energy, So, has that ever appealed to you? The notion of the big theater production, or I mean, comedians who do like the big arenas. I guess technologically you can pull it off, but is there something traded off when you're doing it on that scale?
I mean, I think people, everyone has a big ego. So, they're like, I want it to be bigger and better. And yeah, there is something about the low ceiling and the intimacy, and that you can just walk into this dark room and say whatever you want. And, the people are there to get away from it all. And I don't know, it's a cool experience.
It is cool. The episode of Modern Family just came into my mind. It was on the other night. You're on Modern Family with Julie Bowen. You were a passenger up in first class. This is it's a hilarious episode. And I wanted to ask you, working with that crew and working with those people who are like at that time at the top of their game, was that a lot of fun? Or is it daunting when you come on as a guest star on a sitcom that's up and running and established?
No, everyone was so respectful. I think a lot of those shows that have been around for a long time, the people at the front are like really nice and really respectful to guest stars. And, they make it all about you. And yeah, it was really fun. Julie was great to work with. And I love that I'm on that show because like a lot of my friends who have kids, they're like, oh, we all watch. That's one of the shows that people can watch as a family together.
Right.
Now as like a mom, I'm starting to appreciate those types of shows because I used to only want like the most edgy things. But like something that's not a cartoon that you can also watch with your kid is cool.
So what cartoons can you sing by rote now? Do you think they've just been burned into your skull?
It is rough.
Yeah.
I mean, my daughter always wants to watch like Barbie stuff. And I was like, and she's like, Mom, they're sisters. They love each other. Like she's trying to like stick up for Barbie because I'm like, I don't want you watching that. But then I'm like, I will watch it in the background and they're all about their phones. So it's like, even though it's wholesome, their whole life is about like Barbie and the phone and posting it and like post that. And I don't know.
Are you trying to keep her off the phone? Does she have a phone?
That's like saying, are you trying to keep your kid off drugs? Or are you okay if they do drugs?
Right. Because their parents giving phones to like really young kids these days. Yeah.
I mean, I don't, whatever people have to do, but I'll keep doing the road so I can afford to not have to give my kid a phone and I can have someone else watch them when I'm not there.
Probably
just not your husband.
Just not my husband. No, he's a great dad. I mean,
we have no doubt he's a great dad.
He's a great dad. It's just getting that schedule situation. Yes. But you know what it is? He got an ADD coach and he keeps saying like, I'm so better. And I'm like, yeah. And then I think what has transpired is I'm like, okay, I'm just going to pick up after him now. So he feels like he's better now.
It's about picking the hill you die on.
Yes.
And
exactly.
Sometimes you just let it go.
Exactly.
Well, listen, the show last night, like you said, sold out. So chances are, gang, show's probably going to sell out
Well,
tonight.
the early shows, I believe, are sold out, but we have tickets for the late shows.
Okay, 9:15 tonight, 9:30 tomorrow. And you can go to heliumcomedy.com to get those, but get them now.
And it's not even that late.
It's
They'll
not
have
late.
Dinner, come see the show. You can see Katie, you can see Jamie. We got this great female thing happening, but it is a show for all.
I think Jamie has a Philly pretzel tattooed on his arm. Or you're not Jamie? Oh, she was gesturing to you. I'm like, look
I
at
like that she said we have this female thing going on and you picked the guy in the room.
What is the tattoo?
It's a Philly pretzel.
Philly pretzel,
all
So
right.
a Philly pretzel looks like a 8? Like
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
I
that's
didn't
a Philly
even know
pretzel.
about
Yeah,
that. You guys
yeah.
got your a whole food thing happening, your own
It's a whole nother culture.
Love it.
sticky buns. You got, okay.
Got it all for you. Heliumcomedy.com. You can get your tickets now, but get them while the getting is good. So thanks for coming by here, guys. Nice to see you again, Natasha.
Bye.
Great
Nice to
see
meet
you.
you as well. Thank you. Let's hear it for Katie and Natasha. And like I said,
guys.
heliumcomedy.com. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Make sure you stay with us.
Do anything for the radio station. I believe they've been made aware that it's the 50th birthday, but I don't know if they're planning on saying anything.
I don't know. There could be something from the stage, possibly.
May I recommend something?
Yes.
Put like a coil of speaker wire over your shoulder, put your hair in a ponytail, hold a Guinness, and pretend you're a roadie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Because, but again,
I
you're
cannot
right,
affect an Irish accent like you can.
Well, just pretend you could, in fact, make it a horrible one.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, goshly.
Did you just say, oh, Gershly? The hell does that mean? This man's an imposter. Don't just tackle him, shoot him.
Oh, Garshly Bob Bono. I've got.
My name is not Bob Bono.
I've got to tie me shoe. Bob Bono. I remember you back when you were playing the clubs, don't you know?
Don't you know? Potatoes. Potatoes and leprechauns, right?
And
Am I right?
Yo.
Mr. Bono just goes, he's one of us. Potatoes and leprechauns, am I right?
Wow.
Shillelaghs, right, guys?
Shillelaghs, potatoes, and leprechauns. Right, everybody?
I love this text from somebody that says, I think you two just canceled. Case, we got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's the closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC, they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things. But I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then just
go down to the bottom and stay there.
Yes, just continue to thrust myself.
I don't.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah.
That's
It's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on these.
Casey, who would be more?
Just screaming down to the ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
Please welcome Lil Rel Howery to the show.
What up? What
This
up?
morning,
What it
Rel.
do? I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man. Thanks for coming in. For those who may not be familiar with you, you've had so many great, awesome roles, and you won the MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance in the movie Get Out. That had to have been a nice little feather in the cap, getting an award for that.
Yeah, it's actually really dope because also last night my friend Tiffany Haddish received the same award.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
we just took it. I told her this morning, back-to-back years.
And she's in Uncle Drew.
Yeah, she's in Uncle Drew also, which is such a fun movie, man, we did.
So explain for people who are familiar, they may have seen the commercials. There were the commercials were featuring the character of Uncle Drew. Explain what Uncle Drew is about.
So it started from, so people don't know this, Kyrie came up with Uncle Drew, and
He created it?
It's based on his dad. 'Cause
Wow.
His dad still plays basketball. So he basically created this he's better as an older version of his dad, but his dad still plays all the time. Just this older guy who's on the court still balling dudes.
Yeah. So it was him who came up with the idea this guy who sort of schools some street ballers.
And the first time he did, I think we always forget. So they did it in Chicago first, and nobody knew who it was. So it was actually a real court, real game. He showed up in the old man stuff, balled everybody out. I didn't even know it was Kyrie until maybe like the fourth commercial.
Yeah, because it was hard. The makeup was done, first off, very well. You could obviously see body-wise the guy, it would have been an exemplary shape, but the facial makeup was very well done.
It was very well done. That's what was so amazing about the movie with all the prosthetics, with all the players.
Yeah.
I'm almost forgot how everybody looked in real life.
Did you?
Because they'll be in there for 5 hours, so when I show up on set, they already old, and when I left, they were still old. So I've literally forgot how everybody looked until Kyrie did that press conference when he went to the Celtics, and I was like, oh. That's your face.
Well, in the movie, so you have a team, and you have your adversary is Nick Kroll, which is borderline science fiction that he's got, but I got it. So he's your adversary because he plays a good prick. So you guys are playing off against each other. He sort of steals he just crushes you. He's your adversary.
Yeah, he's destroyed my life in different times.
So that spurs you on to
have to find somebody to help me, and that's when I heard about Uncle Drew from different people, like the guys at the barbershop tell me about him, but I've never seen him.
It's a stuff of legend, but you figure you'll explore it.
Like, come on, whatever.
Yeah.
So it was like when Dax, his name, my character, discovers Drew, was really by mistake. It was after I couldn't find any new players to play on my team. Went around all these different playgrounds, and I just happened to be at a playground and see Drew take on this dude one-on-one. That's when I approached him.
And so what his one deal is, he'll do it, but he has to be able to pick his own teammates.
Right, that's where the story gets hilarious and fun. That it's taking this road trip to pick up all these other old dudes.
And you're getting older versions of these great players.
Shaq and Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Preston mentioned Get Out.
Yeah.
We had Jordan Peele in, I guess he was still working on Get Out.
He was in promoting, I think it was Keanu.
Yeah.
And it became clear as we were talking that he was just a huge horror fan in this whole thing. And he was simultaneously sort of excited but nervous about what Get Out would be. None of you could have seen how this would take off the way it did.
No, I mean, when we did it, it was one of those things where like either this is gonna do well or it's not, right? And it wasn't a big budget, so we all did do it because we love Jordan Peele, and I just love the script. Once the trailer came out, and then we went to reshoot the ending, I'm like, oh, I think this is gonna do good.
What was your first indication? Was it the reshooting?
It was the trailer.
The trailer.
It was the trailer.
Yeah,
the way when my family started calling me like, we can't wait to see this. I'm like, oh, this is a thing.
Yeah.
Why did you reshoot the ending?
Well, I wanted to ask about that too, because I watched both endings, and we don't want to betray what happens at the end of the movie.
Wait, I didn't know there's two.
It's on the disc.
On the disc.
You get it on.
You can see the original.
They actually got it on YouTube too. I mean, the original ending.
Which one did you like better? Before you go into the story about that.
I appreciate the original because it was real.
Yep.
But then also I knew as a fan of movies, we just needed a hero, man.
Yeah, it needed to have a more satisfying ending. I know what you mean.
People would have left the theater with different energy if we would have kept. Because when I saw the first cut, it was with the original ending, and I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was.
But you know what? Because he's a. I mean here's the difference. Horror, and they'll say horror comedy. I like my horror. You can have some comedy, and you provide the comedy.
But you know what made it work though? Because Jordan wrote it real.
He wrote it real. Yes, you can tell.
All I was the audience that watched the movie,
and that's why it works. When they try to over yuck it up, that's when they screw it up. Because that would have undermined what is really a brilliant horror movie that works on multiple levels.
Yeah. And what was masterfully done was that the trailer thought you were getting into one thing, and the movie got you into something else, and you're like, whoa. That's hard to pull off.
How much of your character of that? First off, do you ever have to go through TSA ever now?
So I'll tell you something funny about that. They show love when I showed them. Oh man, we appreciate you, but you still got to take your shoes off. So I still get no real love. I still got to do everything. They still do it. Like they take their job more seriously now, which is crazy. Like,
well, you give them a sense of pride. Was there any on-set ad-libbing because you seem so natural? Your simultaneous pride and condemnation of him for going in the first place.
So the funny thing about it is, I thought I was saying stuff that was scripted, and then we did a panel, and Jordan was like, nah, this is you just saying stuff.
Wow, that's great.
But he let me do that. He'll have, like, we'll do the takes where I do everything scripted, and I do a real take. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, if anyone's going to appreciate comedic ability.
It's Jordan. Yeah, that's why he's a great director.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, talking about being on the set and improvising lines, and we have Adam McKay as a friend of the show, and he says he'll laugh when someone's riffing on set and doing the deal, and that actually encourages the actors. You as a performer, when you're doing something, do you like to hear response, or does it throw you off? Because technically, you're not supposed to be hearing someone laughing, but how does it work?
Well, that's the thing. It depends on what it is. Like, so if it's, for instance, like, it's not, I'm trying to plug this, but I got a show on Fox this year called Real, a sitcom.
Yes.
I like a live studio audience because I like to hear it right away. It's easy to write to that. I give you a perfect example of not that environment is doing Get Out. I kept trying to make Daniel, who played, I just wanted to make him laugh. Like, he had to be sad. So I'm like saying all this crazy. That's why when you see those outtakes of me doing it, it's me trying to make him laugh, trying to break him. So, like,
awesome.
They'll yell cut, and we have to give him 2 minutes to just laugh.
Yeah.
Because he's so good. He was just, I'm like, I got to break this dude. But he was such a really good actor, man.
Guys, let's give it up for Lil Rel Howery.
Thank you for having me.
I noticed that there was another video that was released from Pastor Jesse Duplantis.
Oh, our favorite, the jet and pastor.
That is absolutely correct. And, he still wants his new private jet. But he wants to make it clear that he's not actually asking anybody for money.
Listen to these verbal gymnastics that he's doing here. I think even he's surprised at how much this caught on because it just sort of swept across and became a viral meme. And where these guys, it'd be easier to get away with this stuff maybe 10 years ago. And now it was just all over the place. It was on the national news. He was asking for his $54 million jet.
Yeah.
And we played audio of him walking down the hallway of his establishment there, his church, for whatever he calls it, pointing to the different jets he's owned.
he has had 3 before. He needs this 4th $54 million jet that carries a lot of fuel, so he won't have to stop as he's spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it. So here's a couple of clips, and let's see what he has to say about not actually asking for money.
He didn't ask for money.
Here we go.
I'm not asking you to pay for my plane. The Lord said, I didn't ask you to pay for it. I asked you to believe for it. I don't dupe nobody. I've always been honest. 40 years I've been preaching this gospel, and I've never had a scandal. And this is not a scandal. I'm not discouraged. I'm not distressed. In fact, I am excited. I've never had this much press in my life. Well, that's negative. It don't make no difference.
And it's negative. It don't make no difference.
Don't make no difference.
So he's asking.
I am excited about all this.
The MM barbecue on Monday.
Yes, we are.
I
That's
can't
happening, bro.
believe that. Monday, we're
I know, but you know what? Might make a nice stocking stuffer.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. I would like to give away our final pair of passes for the Preston Steve Christmas Miracle, which is next Thursday. And I will take caller number 20 at 215-263 WMMR. It is a Christmas miracle, and you can be in attendance for it. You can bring a guest with you, and you might end up being called up on stage to participate in a contest. It's what we do, a bunch of contests that morning. We have some live music, and then we do some drawings randomly for people in the audience. We try to give something to everyone who comes out, and it's our give back to you, a thank you for another wonderful year.
Honestly, it has been a wonderful year, but the truth of the matter is we can't get everyone into a theater, so we try to get as many people as we can, but it is a general way to say thanks.
This is the Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Edition, so make sure that you are donned in your ugliest apparel, and you also might win a year of beer from our friends at Miller Lite. We always have fun with that, and you can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win. There's a Miller Lite pre-party. There's 2 of them this weekend. Casey, mind handing me that information? Because there's one tonight. It'll be at McGurk's in Horsham, and the MM Army will be on hand from 8 to 10 p.m., 375 Miller Lite drafts and bottles, and every 15 minutes, a chance to win passes. And then the last one, I believe this is the final. Yeah, the final pre-party is with Marissa tomorrow night. It's a 3-hour-long event, and it's double the winners. And she will be appearing at Brickhat Lounge in Westchester, and that's from 6 to 9 tomorrow night. $15 buckets. They'll be coming. They come in buckets and $4 16-ounce Miller Lite cans. It's like porn stars. All right, so just a heads up on that. And Miracle Seat winners throughout that entire appearance. She will be out. All right, so, and then we've got more giveaways next week, too, here on the program. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week, and tickets and lineup information at heliumcomedy.com. So the Gilbert U-238 Atomic Energy Laboratory, often dubbed the world's most dangerous toy, went up for auction yesterday. It was released in the early 1950s. This rare educational kit included real uranium ore samples and tools like a cloud chamber and electroscope to help kids explore atomic science. Though initially marketed as a way to inspire young scientists, production of the kit stopped in 1951 due to material shortages and...
It's my favorite toy, Daddy. Thank you for getting it for me. I love it.
And new government regulations, despite its...
I've always wanted one of these.
They're singing a little Christmas song in the morning when they get it, and it's just so beautiful.
It's so good. I love it. Thank you, Santa.
You okay, kid?
Despite its infamous reputation being named one of the 10 most dangerous toys of all time.
I vomited black.
By Radar Magazine in 2006, experts say the risks may have been exaggerated. The radiation exposure was minimal, comparable to a day's UV exposure from the sun.
I've been playing with it for weeks and there's nothing wrong with it.
As long as the samples...
Oh, I'm 5 years old.
As long as the samples stayed sealed. According to 2020 analysis, RR Auction in Boston hosted the sale and described the kit as a prized collectible for history of and pop culture enthusiasts. offering a glimpse into the time when the atomic science had fascinated and divided the public. The toy was estimated to fetch around $4,000. However, it sold for a much higher $16,500.
It's amazing.
Yeah. A snowfall in Maine is far from unusual, but the town of Rumford witnessed a strange twist on Tuesday. Brown snow.
This stuff looked weird. It almost looked like a light chocolate mousse.
The rare phenomenon was caused by a malfunction at a local paper mill, which released a byproduct known as...
Everything's fine, nothing to worry about.
No, it is poop.
It is a byproduct known as spent black liquor.
Oh, boy.
And it sent it into the air. And black liquor, a byproduct of the paper-making process, resulted in the bizarre discoloration that left residents puzzled.
Is that why sometimes paper mills have a smell of,
oh, my God.
Like horrible acidic?
It is. We used to drive, when I was a kid and we would drive to see my grandparents, the towns that we would drive through occasionally had paper mills. And it was a pungent stench that would come from them.
Y100 was next to an old paper mill. That building, the way we used to go over to eat, was an old paper mill.
Was it?
Yes, it was.
I didn't know that.
And apparently, on certain proper or improper weather conditions, you could smell the remnants of the paper treating chemicals.
While the Maine Department of Environmental Protection later tested the snow and found it to have pH levels of 8 or lower.
That's completely acceptable. Nothing to worry, move along.
I just think of that guy at the end of RoboCop.
Yeah.
They said that the safety concerns are minimal at this time.
Absolutely acceptable. Nothing to worry about. Have a good day, folks.
The town posted, but out of an abundance of caution, please avoid ingesting or direct skin contact with the brown snow. Initially tested shown some samples with a pH of 10, categorizing the substance as a potential skin irritant.
Potential.
Yeah, photos of the brown tinted snow blanketing an open sports field quickly made their way online. The paper mill responsible has agreed to cover the costs of third-party testing to ensure the public safety is assured. So, yeah, they're going to pay for some of that. Let's see. A booze ban on Manhattan Transit and New Jersey Transit starting this weekend means no spiked eggnog for SantaCon revelers. The alcohol ban, which was first implemented in 2012, is an effort to maintain order on transit during the dreaded annual event when revelers dressed as Santas, elves, reindeer, and other Christmas characters go on a bar crawl that turns Manhattan neighborhoods into a drunken Disneyland. One of my favorite videos of all time is that knockdown, drag-out brawl of people dressed as Santa Claus.
Was that 2012 that occurred?
I don't know.
I wonder if that was the year they set it off.
Was the flashpoint for them.
You've never seen anything. It is a full-on Santa melee.
Yeah. MTA officials said they'll deploy additional officers to major transit hubs to enforce the ban. New Jersey Transit officials said beverages of any kind are banned from buses, light rail, and trains on Saturday, December 14th, which coincides with the New York SantaCon. The ban will also be in effect on Saturday, the 21st, for a Hoboken version of the event. New Jersey Transit said the policy will be strictly enforced.
By the way, perhaps I'm wildly out of the loop, but is there anything even remotely like the running of the Santas here in Philadelphia anymore?
You know what? I was wondering the same thing because for several straight years,
it was huge.
Was so much fun.
And we hosted a number of years.
We had a great time at that event, and then it just kind of disappeared as far as I know, Steve.
I really had some fond memories of hanging out with that event. Yeah, I have not heard, and they would always, it must not be because it's not on any radar.
Yep.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, Kathy's looking up.
Running of the Santa.
Okay.
Is December 21st, 2024.
Oh.
5 o'clock in the evening. I think isn't that how it started? We sent Nick out in the morning and it was in the evening.
Oh, yeah.
He was the one Santa.
Is it in Center City somewhere?
Let's see. Starting at the Sheraton Philadelphia downtown, continuing on to some of Philly's greatest bars in the city.
Why do I not?
I don't know.
It used to be much bigger, and it used to be the times I remember it was at the electric or the former electric.
Okay, so this event is private. You must be pre-registered to attend.
Okay.
So it's probably not the iteration that we were used to, where it was the public running down the street in Santa costumes.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know if you had to pay to get into that one. All right, well, it doesn't matter.
Who the hell knows?
One last story, and then we will wrap it up. An Ontario, Canada college student constructed what is believed to be the world's smallest arcade machine, measuring just 2.5 inches tall. Victoria Coronen, an electromechanical engineering student at Fanshawe College, unveiled her creation Tuesday, a machine measuring 2.5 inches tall, 1 inch wide, and 1.3 inches long. The working arcade machine runs the classic game Pong.
That's wild.
And her machine was officially measured in the hopes of capturing the Guinness World Record for the smallest arcade machine.
It's completely safe.
She said,
I used an electron microscope.
She said, I decided to look at smaller records that I could beat and found the arcade machine and completely fell in love with the design, and size is definitely something that is cool to me, to have the smallest something. She was previously part of a high school team that broke the Guinness World Record for the longest selfie stick.
I love stuff like that.
Evidence from Tuesday's official measuring must now be reviewed by the record-keeping organization to see if Cornyn has a second title to her name. So we'll see. And that's the last story that I have for you in the Bizarre File this morning. I do, however, have one more $50 gift card from Mr. Sticky.
Some of that real sticky, icky. Oh, wait.
Caller number 13, 215-263 WMMR. It will be yours. I don't know what that was, but we'll set you up with that. Follow Mr. Sticky's on Facebook at Mr. Sticky's Pottstown for coupons on your favorite sticky and cinnamon buns. And to see if the list of giant locations, and to see that list of giant locations where they're available, Mr. Sticky's, warning, extremely addictive. Call number 13. It's yours. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Painting me as a money-sucking prick.
Yeah. So he said, I asked you to believe for it.
Believe for it.
Not to pay for it.
Now, if you happen, your method of believing involves your checkbook, I'm absolutely happy with that.
He had said, I never raised money for the plane. I put it in our magazine and said, believe God with me. He said there's a vast difference between believe in God and asking for money.
He's a Journey song, Preston. Don't stop believing.
Yeah. In the earlier video,
I'm just a small town preacher living in a lonely world.
He could turn it around.
Yeah, I could turn it around.
Yeah, he used to take the train everywhere.
Yeah, but I took a 54 million jet going anywhere.
So, without further ado,
WMMR presents Bucksco versus Delco.
Here we go, gang. This is going to be the final round today. Actually, 2 rounds of competition, same contest, but we are going to make this whole thing happen and finish it up today, and we are going to crown a victor, and that's all there is to it. Before we get to the final event, here is a recap of the events leading up to this epic showdown. Listen, the week started off with Operation Evac, a race where the contestants were blindly dropped into enemy territory. Kathy started at Casey's golf course, Paxton Hollow in Delco, and Casey in Bucksco at Kathy's alma mater, Pennsbury. Now, without using GPS, they had to navigate their way to their home base.
Just go straight. Thank you. Okay, go straight. Peel wheels.
I feel like there's probably another road this way.
While Casey was stuck in traffic on the turnpike,
That could work in our favor.
Kathy was able to navigate back to Bucks County, earning her 200 points.
It's a bunch of crap!
For day 2, both contestants needed a call for reinforcements. Kathy asked her best friend, Elisa, a.k.a. Queen Bee, and Casey brought in his big brother, Dave, a.k.a. Foz. The contestants and their partners mind melded, then competed in a thrilling match of the Pyramid Game.
All right, this is where the U.S. Open was?
Oh, that's Aronimink.
No.
Oh, Marion, sorry.
That's the one you just said?
Marion.
No, the other one.
Aronimink.
In the end, Kathy got an even bigger lead with 430 points, but Casey was right at her heels with 320 points. Day 3 brought us into the skies. We blindfolded Kathy and Casey, flew them in a helicopter over an unidentified spot in their respective county, and they had 30 seconds to guess what town they were hovering over. Casey had some difficulty figuring it out, earning 200 points.
I guess Knowlton is in media.
That's correct! Yes, you got But Kathy got it on her first try, bringing in an additional 300 points.
I'm going to say Ben Salem.
That is absolutely correct. Day 4 was a doubleheader. Kathy and Casey went head-to-head in a county spelling bee and then had to answer questions from Delco versus Bucksco from 5 years ago. Casey must have done his homework because he was finally able to pull ahead. And so, the totals going into the final day, Kathy, 1,030. Casey, 1,170. Casey is leading in the competition so far. So I defer to Casey to decide who gets to go first.
Ladies first.
All right,
So I will
ladies
go.
first is what we're going to do. So Kathy, taking a look at the categories, which one would you like to begin with? You got geography and transportation, sports, entertainment, schools and education, shopping, landmarks, history, or food and drink?
I guess I'll go shopping.
Shocker!
I know. And how much would you care to wager in that particular category?
I'm going to go 50 points.
Kathy, what outdoor shopping area between New Hope and Doylestown hosts a place called Giggleberry Farm?
New Hope and Doylestown. I'm going to say Peddler's Village.
And that's correct for 50 points.
I don't know what giggles whatever is, but
Casey, it is your turn. What category do you want to go with next?
Let's go sports.
Sports.
And I will go sports for 60.
All right, sports for 60 points. Here we go. Casey, your question. In Newtown Square, a famous heir lived on a large piece of land where he hosted a wrestling camp for Olympic athletes. What is his name?
DuPont.
Yes, that is correct.
Well done.
okay, let's go schools and education for 50 points, Preston.
All right.
Schools and education for 50 points.
All right. Kathy, what is the Council Rock North mascot?
Oh,
Council Rock North mascot. The mascot one would find at that school.
I don't know. The Rock.
Okay, so you're going to go with The Rock?
I'm going to go with The Rock.
That's incorrect. They are the Indians.
I did not know that.
Go, Rock. Go.
What year did the Springfield Mall open?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, why couldn't you ask me what year
He didn't.
Target opened?
Just ask it. Just ask it.
Kathy's very supportive.
This is the history of your county.
I
Man.
know, I know. And Target opened in 2005. But, you know,
Well, can you use that?
Wanamaker's closed in 95. Hex opened after that.
You did study. You lied to me.
No, my mom quizzed me last night. We were eating chili, and she asked me lots of trivia.
We're eating chili.
Yeah. Meet you in the basement. I'm bringing a pen.
I mean, the first Wawa opened in 1964.
Okay, yeah, let's get to the
I
ball.
will say.
If you got this right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out a number there. I'm going to go with the year I was born, 1975.
Oh, my God.
No, it was 74. Dude, you were so close. All right, you call no fair on that because it was before you were born?
No, I'm not going to call no. It was just that's a difficult question.
This historic restaurant is located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol Borough and has hosted both kings and presidents.
Yep. I've been there.
Once again, this historic restaurant located along the Delaware River in historic Bristol
My mom is going to kill me.
Borough.
That's a weird name for a restaurant.
And has hosted both kings and
Oh, my God. What is
presidents.
it called?
No, go to your happy place.
I know where it is. I know where I sat last time I was there.
Kathy handles stress very well.
She knows I love it when she yells.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Cracks me up. Mm-hmm. All right, think about it. Think
I
about
know.
it.
Work from your seat backwards.
It's like there's like a little hill when you walk in. It's like a little railing outside. Statue.
Miss Romano is here. Welcome to.
I don't even know if this. I'm gonna say Georgine's.
Georgine's?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. You're going to kill yourself over this one. It's King George.
Yes! It is! I have a gift card in my wallet for that place!
King George the what?
The second.
George the second. I've not been. So have you been there? We should just carry on the discussion. I've been there!
I like the statue. Yeah, the statue and the railing are really nice.
Oh, man. I mean, like, I can picture it
Yeah.
to a T. Exactly
right.
where I sat. My mom gave me a gift card.
You have a gift
I wish my mom quizzed me last night.
All right, so I have already closed out sports and I've closed out history.
No, you haven't. You haven't done any history.
Well, yes, I have. All of my shopping questions were freaking history questions.
Oh, my.
Wow. This
Thank
is
you.
what we've been
Thank
waiting
you.
for.
Yes.
Impugning the contest itself.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen.
It was good, though, right? What year was this thing? What? Stupid questions. Let's go food and drink. Maybe
Food and drink.
Food and drink.
Food and
For
drink.
how much?
For 50.
Food and drink for 50.
Preston's not even picking
Come on,
his
man.
head
That was
up.
a good joke.
Okay. All right. You get this wrong. You get this wrong. And this, if you lose this whole thing, this is all your fault.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this?
I better be a softball.
A large Pika's pizza.
Oh my God! Costs how much?
Is cut into how many slices?
Oh, okay. That's a really, really crap question.
A large Pika's pizza is cut into
You can
how many
do a little
slices?
diagram, whatever you
Drawing
want to
the
do.
pizza. But there's the box.
Round, and
It's a
then there's
rectangular
line.
shape, right,
Oh.
Case?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's drawing.
All right, so that is that's a Neapolitan, right, or is it Sicilian square?
No, they just do their own version. They put
All
the
right.
sauce on top of the cheese.
12.
Right.
Casey says 12. Damn right you got that right. And what did you wager on that?
50.
1,000 points.
The scores are as follows. Bucks County. MMR Rocks a little bit live for you this morning. It is 18 minutes after 10. Friday in the Preston and Steve show. Let me see here. Oh, Case, you want me to mention the big friggin' deal? Is that why you put this right here? Okay. You can get 2 adult extended day lift tickets to Bear Creek Mountain Resort for $80.
Nice.
Yep. Bear Creek is in Macungie, and it's the ultimate destination for skiing, snowboarding. Features breathtaking views, thrilling trails for all skill levels. So you can get, once again, 2 adult extended day lift tickets to Bear Creek for just $80. And that is while supplies last. You can go to WMMR.com and you can get that. So, lesson question. I apologize. I did not ask Marissa for it. I'd like to apologize, especially to Jennifer Garner, because
I apologize.
So,
I'd like to apologize.
let me see. Okay, Marissa gave me some lesson questions. So, bring up the lesson question music, and I will give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Wings home opener, which is tomorrow, by the way, against the Vegas Desert Dogs. And the question I'll ask is this: which cuisine what Ronald Reagan passionate about making popular around the world? No, was he passionate about making popular around the world? What type of cuisine was Ronald Reagan passionate about making popular around the world? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you were paying attention. We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Family and Company Jewelers. Get your holiday shopping done and check off your whole list with one stop to Family and Company Jewelers. South Jersey's holiday diamond destination, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, or online at familyjewelers.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Jeremy Allen White, seen filming in Bayonne, New Jersey on the set of the new Bruce Springsteen biopic Deliver Me From Nowhere. In a video recorded by a spectator, Allen's young Springsteen is seen teaching 4 large turtles the art of samurai warfare. Seems like they're taking liberties with the story. Yeah. Things getting worse for Diddy. Now facing 3 new sexual assault lawsuits, all claiming they were drugged and violated. Diddy's lawyer issued yet another statement saying, quote, "I got nothing."
Oh, my God.
And finally, OnlyFans star Lily Phillip explaining why she got emotional after her record-breaking feat of having intercourse with 100 men in one day. Phillip says she realized she probably could have stopped at 80 guys because the rest felt like overkill. That's your Hollywood Trash.
righty, let's see if you know the answer to the question this morning. Which cuisine was Ronald Reagan passionate about making popular around the world? We'll go to Timmy, try and get an answer. Hey, Timmy, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Timmy. All right, what kind of cuisine, please?
Mexican cuisine.
Mexican cuisine. Hang on, bud. We got you with a 4-pack of tickets to see the Philadelphia Wings home opener versus Las Vegas Desert Dogs Saturday, Wells Fargo Center. Wings lacrosse back, and you won't want to miss any of the nonstop action. Your first 3,000 fans are going to get a Wings schedule magnet, and you can get your tickets now at wingslax.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Worldwide Stereo. You can give them goosebumps this holiday with a jaw-dropping home theater system or a turntable and vinyl collection that they'll love. Visit Worldwide Stereo in Montgomeryville or online at worldwidestereo.com. The Billboard Music Awards were last night. They were achievements based on Billboard's year-end metrics that took place between October 2023 and October 2024. Taylor Swift became the artist with the most wins in history for the award show. She took home a whopping 10 prizes last night alone, which ups her total career wins to 49 overall. She won top artist, top radio song artist, top Billboard 200 album, and more.
It's completely legit. I mean, she is a force.
What must her trophy house look like? Because she has more than can fit in a room.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Between Grammys and Billboard
American Music Awards.
American Music Awards, and all awards we've never heard of, Songwriters Awards.
The Gerbies.
On and on, the Gerbies, man. And she probably has a Gurning Award, too.
Yeah, Gurning Award,
the Gurneys. She just has a ridiculous amount of these things.
Yeah.
Behind her, Zach Bryan walked away with 5 awards, and Morgan Wallen took home 4 awards. Shaboozey, Bad Bunny, Drake, and Elevation Worship all tied each other after that.
A name should always be said by Paul. Shaboozey.
3 wins each during the night. It sounds like Shapoopy.
Yeah.
Shapoopy.
Shapoopy.
Yeah.
Shapoopy.
Which was sung by...
That's from, is that Oklahoma?
Music Man.
Music Man.
And it's Buddy Hackett.
Yes, it
sings it, yeah. Chappell Roan won the award for top new artist as well. She sent in a pre-taped acceptance speech sharing that this is, quote, taken a long time to be a new artist, but it's awesome to be recognized. And all these years of hard work are truly paying off. Thank you for being a part of that. All right, I'm going to go through the winners. Some of these names I don't know, people.
All
okay,
right.
so back the F off.
And by the way, these are the awards that you know you're getting because they're all based on pre-existing metrics.
All right, so
correct?
It's pretty much, some of them are obvious. I think there are a couple that might be like, it could go one way or the other.
All right.
But for the most part, they know if they're going to win.
You know.
Taylor Swift was top artist. Top new artist was Chappell Roan. Top male artist was Morgan Wallen.
Oh, okay.
Top female artist is Taylor Swift. Top duo and group, here's one of the names.
All right.
Okay. Furza Regina. Regina. You know this person, Casey?
Furza Vagina.
Nah.
Marissa, do you know this person?
Where's that? I'm just going to look this up.
Fuerza.
Who's a vagina?
Who's a vagina?
Vagina.
Where's
Hey, who's in a vagina?
Where's All right, so it's a he.
It's a he.
Regina.
The Mexican band.
Okay, well, there you go.
Trying to.
Yeah, because it would be a group.
Yes.
Top duo or group. All right.
Yes, musical group or vagina.
Top rock artist went to Zach Bryan.
He's had a year.
He's not a rock artist. He's a country artist.
I'm with you, man.
Kathy's favorite, though.
I'm with you.
I mean, but listen, the other qualifiers there: Hozier, barely rock; Jelly Roll, rock; Noah Khan, not rock; and
Linkin Park,
definitely rock. Okay.
So top rock. These are all the rock categories, by the way. Top rock duo or group went to Linkin Park. So
there you go.
That's awesome, and they performed.
That's promising.
I want to see the performance from those guys.
They took the Gerby this year.
Top hard rock artist went to Linkin Park, so 2 awards for them. Top rock touring artist went to Coldplay. Top rock song went to Zach Bryan featuring Casey Musgraves with I Remember Everything.
So those are 2.
It's my favorite song.
Country stars.
Is it?
Hang on a second here.
Remember, I went and I didn't know one song.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But it was great. It was a great concert.
They're talented people.
So this right here is the top rock song.
Like a good neighbor.
State Farm is there.
Safe Flight Repairs.
You know what?
Safe Flight Repair.
These award. Hang on, turn up. Okay, now you can bring it back down.
I do know this song.
These award shows have now been doing this for decades.
Yes.
To rock music.
Yep.
For decades. I don't know who these people are that come up with these categories when there are songs throughout the year that are way more qualified.
You're nothing but a chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist, and I'm after you, buddy.
That's when I'm a conspiracy theorist. When I get up there and
No,
shout.
it began with what? What was it?
Jethro Tull beating Metallica for heavy metal performance, and then you look at the list when they're clearly like, say, Pearl Jam came out with something that year and they're not nominated in the rock category. You don't know what you're talking about.
There's a lot of backstage politics.
But is there a country category?
Yeah, there's a whole slew of
That's
categories.
weird.
So is Zach Bryan in the country category too?
He would have to be.
I feel like even he would say, I need to be in the country category.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to look this up.
All right, and then finally, you remember when Dolly Parton was nominated inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
She didn't accept it
She said,
initially.
you know what? I will now make a rock record. So that it is legitimized. She's the most wonderful person in the world.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, and then finally, the top hard rock song. Falling in Reverse featuring Jelly Roll with All My Life.
And that's hard rock.
I don't know. I haven't heard it.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not. No.
So there you go. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. F you people. There you go.
You're in that helicopter.
I think it's just honoring everyone, and we need to accept that.
That's what
honestly.
we should do, right?
Well, we're upset we don't get honored. Well, we've gotten honored before.
Yeah, you guys are in the Hall of Fame.
We won with Shabuzi.
There were people freaking out about that. Didn't think you should be in there.
Absolutely. It was you, Kathy, actually.
Just kidding.
Scared me for a moment.
Preston was like, who? Who was that?
Yes, my name is Kathy Romano. I don't think they should be in it at all.
Who are these people?
I have to work with them every day. Trust me, they shouldn't be in that.
All right.
Yes, I am drunk, but that doesn't mean anything.
All right. This is interesting, and it's out of the rock realm, but I thought this would fit in music news anyhow. A treasure hunter in California, Greg Musgrove, discovered a trove of unreleased Michael Jackson tracks while sifting through a storage unit that he purchased in Van Nuys, California.
That's pretty amazing.
And the unit once belonged to music producer Brian Lauren. It contained 12 songs that Michael Jackson worked on between 1989 and 1991, including a rap duet with LL Cool J titled Truth on Youth.
Can you hide it in here?
Musgrove said, I got goosebumps listening to these tapes. To hear Michael Jackson talk and joke during the recording process was surreal. Although the Jackson estate confirmed the tapes' authenticity and retains their copyright, they declined to purchase them, meaning that the music cannot be released publicly. And Musgrove now plans to auction the tapes, hoping they'll find a home in a private collection. So,
knock, knock.
I knew you were going to. I knew it. Michael's joking around. Who's there?
I eat mob.
I eat mob poo. I was hoping you were going to do that.
That's the joke he told.
That's a good joke.
And then finally, John Anderson of Yes, it's his birthday today, and he's
it's not that John Anderson's birthday today. John Anderson from Yes's birthday is in October. John Anderson, the country artist's birthday is today.
Oh, and he's 70 as well? Or
I guess
how old
so.
is John Anderson from Yes? Because he seems like...
Who's the John Anderson country star I'm unfamiliar with?
I don't know. Somebody texted me or emailed me.
Somebody emailed you about that.
He goes roundabout.
John Anderson is 80 years old. His birthday is October 25th.
Oh, the rock star?
Yeah.
80?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, it's not his birthday. You know what? In the service that I get that gives me those probably should have indicated.
Should have delineated.
Which John Anderson.
Oh, not that Tom Hanks.
It's spelled the same, Jon.
Yeah.
Instead of John. Well, anyhow, the John Anderson we know and love, who did Roundabout, is putting out a live album that will feature classic Yes songs alongside the band Geeks. Anderson has been playing with the band Geeks for a few years now, including on the Yes Epics, Classics, and More tour. And they recorded a live show in August 2023, and it's going to be released as John Anderson and the Band Geeks Live Perpetual Change next year. And that's the last item I have in music news. All right, we have another break to take. It's our final one. We'll come back in a second, and we will give away our Word of the Week prize. So hopefully you've been keeping track of those letters. Do it when we return. 70 points. Delaware County, 830 points. But there's ground to be made up here. And we're on to round 2. Now, things are going to change quite a bit in this particular round. Our categories are going to remain the same. In the past, you've been able to pick your own category and pick your own wager up to 100 points. This time, I thought it'd be kind of nice because you guys have been avoiding certain categories. How about you pick your competitor's category and your competitor's wager in this round? Kathy's leading, and she gets to go first, and you get to pick the category that Casey will choose from and how much Casey will wager in that category.
Okay, I'm going to go history.
Okay. Of
course.
For 50.
All right, history for 50. All right, Casey. Delaware County was formerly a part of which other Pennsylvania county?
I believe Chester County.
Your answer is Chester County, and that is correct, sir. Wow! Delaware County split off in 1789.
Interesting. After the great Battle of Chester Hill.
They were originally together, and therefore Casey gets 50 points in that particular one.
All right, so for Kathy, I'm going to go with. This is hard. I'll go with sports.
Of course.
For 100.
Sports for 100. All right,
So sweet.
Kathy, here's your question.
Yeah.
Who was Neshaminey's starting quarterback in 1990 and current Penn State head coach?
I don't know. God, I know you're going to say it, and I'm going to recognize it, but I don't know it.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, or
Let's
you
say a name.
throw a name out there?
Say your name. Say your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, although I think he's a representative.
No, that's incorrect. Casey, do you know who it is?
It's Franklin.
Yeah, James Franklin is the correct answer. So Kathy gets docked 100 points.
All right, I'm gonna try this, but I'm gonna go shopping for. What's the difference here?
You are at 970 right
You're
now.
up by
Casey's
90.
at 880.
All right, I'm gonna do 50.
Okay. Keep in mind, these questions came from residents of Delaware County.
People who live there.
They want you to win.
Yeah.
But these are the only questions that I had to go off of, Casey. So no complaining, please.
Well, no. I've already done all my complaining for the day.
I'm sure there'll be no more complaining.
You've got more to go.
I got
This site, recently home to the Countryside Market in Swarthmore, or is it Swarthmore?
I say Swarthmore.
Swarthmore.
Uh-huh.
Was a convenience store in the 1980s. The convenience store had 3 names before becoming the Countryside Market. You just have to name one of those.
Soups? Or like supers?
Incorrect.
Ooh.
No.
Really?
It was either Eddie's, Albert's, or Evans.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, which former Philadelphia Eagle graduated from Pennsbury High School in Fairless Hills?
Is it Troy Vincent?
That's a good answer, and it's correct.
Wow.
Yeah. In 1850, Delaware County's county seat moved to Media. Okay, Media is considered the county seat of Delaware. Where was it originally?
Chester.
He's right. Yeah! Chester was originally the county seat. All right, what category and what's the wager, Case?
Kath, I just want you to do well. All right, so I'm going to give you a whole bunch of points. We're going to wager 100 points on history.
History. This person was the founder of the religious school Log College and later the pastorate of Neshaminy Warwick Presbyterian Church.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Is that a real answer? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yes? No, it was William Tennant.
William Tennant.
Mother, I knew it was. You know what? And somebody sent me not that information, but somebody sent me information about Log College.
That somebody did you a disservice.
Yeah, they did.
All right, that was William Tennant, a well-known name in Bucks County. 1,010 for Kathy, 930 for Casey.
So 80,
it's an 80
points separates the. two contenders.
Last question for Casey.
Oh my God! Last question.
Can we just keep going for a little?
Well.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so it's an 80-point difference. This is the last question. Is there a double jeopardy?
There's something else.
Okay. All right.
You look great today, Ken.
Go ahead, say the F word, Ken.
I know.
We're trying. You want to say it so badly. We can dump it out.
The dulcet tones of Kathy Romano.
That's what Dennis hears around frisky time.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment.
For 10 points.
Wow. Okay. See, and this is where the strategy comes into play. Casey?
Yeah.
What's the Delco Dance Club that featured a spaceship and a dancing robot MC?
Listen, it's only worth 10 points, Kathy. Pulsations.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, absolutely. What's the category and what's the wager?
We're going to go 70 points in history.
70 points in history. And I got to get to the history.
Right, Nick?
Yeah, man. You play Jeopardy.
Yeah, I didn't do well in my SATs, but...
You even know how to wager.
History. What Bucksco town was named after George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware River to take Trenton by surprise in the Revolutionary War?
Washington Crossing.
She got it right. That's exactly correct. Yes.
I got pulsations. You get that. That's fair enough.
All right. So, what is the score here at the end of round 2?
Kathy with 1,080. Casey with 940.
I need the screen, please. For this, we're going to do something now. A few years ago, we had somebody call up on the phone, and we're going to do the same thing. This time, we are calling this, I don't know who's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
The category of I don't know who's on the phone is local businesses. Local businesses. So write down your wager now. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Wagers are in, and we're playing I don't know who's on the phone. Local businesses, the category, and we have our caller on the line. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you.
All right. Would you please present your question for our contestants?
Good morning. My name is Bill. I'm vice president of a local company. We were established in South Philadelphia in 1891. We are headquartered in Malvern, Pennsylvania, and we have 11 locations in Delaware County and 7 in Bucks County. One of your show members currently endorses our company. What is the name of the company I work for?
Okay. Marissa just handed me a note that says it's over.
It is over.
And
that's not fair.
And I shook my head. And I said, no, it won't be because more bitching is going to happen.
No,
It is.
you know why it's not over? Because tonight you're going to wake up screaming, and you'll be reliving it over and over again.
Okay, so do we ask for their answers first, or do I ask our caller on the line what the answer is?
I think what you do is you go to the answers and then
Yeah.
And then I do the Alex Trebek. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go, and then we'll have our caller on the line to hang on just a moment. So, Kathy, you were in the lead, and that means you get to go first, I believe, is how that works. So, Kathy, what is your answer?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts, and that is incorrect. I'm sorry. What is your wager, please?
300 points.
300 points. And Nick, what does that total bring her to?
780 points for Kathy Romano.
Casey?
I really could have done a number on myself here, but I blame my brother if I get this wrong, because my brother's philosophy is go big or go home. Okay? My answer is Horizon.
Horizon. That is also incorrect. And your wager?
940 points.
Oh, my goodness. Let me go to our caller. Bill, can you tell these people what company you work for, please?
I work for Acme Markets.
The official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. Casey,
Kathy wins!
Kathy
wins!
My God! Oh, my freaking God!
Bucksco versus Delco. It was anybody's game to the very end.
I actually, at the last few moments, was sure you had it, Casey.
I did too.
I was sure, because you're also, it looked as if you wrote a short word.
I did, and you know what really stinks is he's the new president, so I don't know his name.
Well, that's why we chose him, because if it was somebody that you knew by the sound of their voice, they weren't going to be able to. Able to be
focus
discerned.
on what's important. I won! Again!
Honestly, I thought for sure.
They're hugging.
If I can have a moment, I prepared something I wanted to say.
Casey's written a statement.
You know, I came here this week, and I didn't know what to expect. And I've seen a lot of people hating me.
One of the greatest calls in the 56 years of WMMR's existence, I think.
The guy was so sweet. Pierre was so fun with him.
And the best was Pierre played that for Chris Cornell.
Yeah.
Chris played it for his wife, and his wife thought it was a fake call, thought it was a plant. And Pierre's like, no, we don't do that. This dude was legitimately confused over the whole thing. I still get the biggest smile when I hear that. So thank you for playing that, Casey. Buddy. I appreciate it. All right, it's about 10:42, and it is Friday morning, and today has been a lot of fun. We want to thank our guests on the program. First of all, we had a Connoisseur segment, and Russ Johnson, from the wine specialist from Fine Wine and Good Spirits, he was great.
He was awesome.
A lot of answers.
Some really good information. He was a no-nonsense, straight-ahead guy that knows his stuff about all spirits, specifically wine, too.
Put that, go there and put some of those things on your gift list to give to people, because I think, Casey, I think you brought it and framed it quite right. You can give a gift that's going to provide pleasure for, people for a while. They can savor it, and I love that idea.
Yep. So we thank those guys for being here. Natasha Leggero was here. It was nice to have her in. She's performing Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow night. Some tickets available for the evening shows, the late shows, the 9 o'clock shows. And thank you to Mr. Sticky. Mr. Sticky. Mr. Sticky. In Pottstown. Yeah, wouldn't Sean Connery would be perfect.
I just came from Mr. Sticky's. These are very sticky.
Could you see him eating those? Junior, come on.
Where's the sticky bunch?
Yes.
You ate them all?
They are at 600 Heritage Drive in Pottstown and are amazing. So you can check out their website at MrStickiesBuns.com, and you can pre-order for Christmas and have that stuff ready. That'd be great for Christmas
idea.
morning.
Yes.
And also thank you to listener Jace, who called in and dropped us all sorts of knowledge on drones.
And then the other guy, listener Bob, who followed up, they were both like commercial drone pilots, and they opened our eyes about stuff about drones I wasn't aware of, and how they're all over the place, for not only recreation, but, work too. So
Did you get the email from the pilot, though?
No.
You'll see it. It's a lengthy email, but it's a pretty good read. And he sort of was on the other side of what those drone pilots are saying. He's saying, I'm a pilot and I'm concerned.
Okay. Whoa. Listen, hopefully we'll find out.
Yeah. All right. We need to do the letter of the day. That's your job, Case.
I got you.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by the letter
O, as in O-range.
All right, and we will take caller number 3 at 215-263 WMMR. So you can know the word of the week, and you can win the word of the week prize. So caller number 3, whatever, man. Call right now. Let's see. Anything else I need to mention? Because Pierre's not here to plug his stuff.
I don't know.
I mentioned the big friggin' deal already.
Did that.
We have Christmas Miracle.
I don't give a
We have Christmas Miracle, obviously, coming up next week.
Yes.
It's a big, big thing, and we're looking forward to giving you tickets. We will have some of those. Yeah, Marissa has one of the last Christmas Miracle Miller Lite pre-parties. There's one tonight. The MM Army is going to be at McGurk's in Horsham, 8 to 10, and they'll be giving away tickets every 15 minutes. Plus, they're going to have $3.75 Miller Lite draft bottles. And then Marissa, tomorrow night, for the final one, will be at Brickett Lounge in Westchester, and that is from 6 to 9. Double the winners at this event, and they have $15 buckets and $4 16-ounce Miller Lite cans. So join Marissa for that tomorrow night. All right, now we can take call number 3, see if we can get a winner. It is Mojo. Wait, no, it's Sammy.
Yeah.
Hi, Sammy. Good morning.
You want to kiss me?
Yeah. All right, you're going to be shocked at what the word is. Sammy, what's the word?
Mojo.
I just said that. Yeah. Bird. Damn it. Bird. All right, Sammy, hang on, bud. We are going to give you... God, I haven't done that in a while. Flyer Santa Sack, this holiday season gift and game day experience with a Flyers Santa sack, and each package includes a pair of Flyers tickets, an autographed item, food, and beverage voucher. At Philadelphia Flyers lacrosse tickets, it's everything that you need for the game in one gift, only at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. I was about to say, Mojo, we've never had anybody named Mojo call in before.
No, it's Sammy Vile, though.
I know, but I thought that I thought Mojo was someone's name. My God. Thank God. I'm so glad we're leaving right now. All right. I would like to take this moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. And by Heckler's Hot Sauce. Heat up your holiday season with Heckler's for just $3.99 all month in the meat department of your local Acme. Next week on the program, as I said, the Christmas Miracle live broadcast will be taking place. We will have Mr. Skin on the program.
He's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Sniffing around.
Doogie Horner will be in the studio.
Doogie's great.
Aries Spears is going to be on the program.
Love him.
We will have the Oakwood University Choir here. We played audio from these guys.
Yeah.
I saw a video of them on Instagram that blew me away, and they're going to come by and sing a couple songs.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We also have our good friend Michael Giacchino's son, Mick Giacchino, in studio. He is a composer in his own right. He does the music for the show The Penguin.
He did the Penguin music, and it was terrific.
And our good buddy Kyle McCarty is coming by, and he's going to be singing because he's got a special project that is honoring Michael McDonald.
I think this is going to be a huge step in Kyle's career.
I think so. So we're looking forward to next week. It's going to be a lot of fun. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a fantastic weekend, friends. Stay safe, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.